Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Parameshwatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Moola Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour one Udharanya of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adhya Brahmanah Dvitiya Paradhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivashvatamanmantare Ashtavimshaditame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakhabde अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिव पुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयष्टम शतोत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्री रामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडिता चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीत सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूदामने साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीत अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीतादीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढगात्र यौगिकशरीरसिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्त्याविष्करणार्थं नित्यानन्दयोगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now, wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Neti Asana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line.
And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose, uncross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just two simple steps.
Now stand straight. Visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again, continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Mula Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands, stop in that position, one leg stretched back, and raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up and simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we'll be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhiya Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishtasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground. As you raise your left arm straight above your head, visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishtasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjaneyasana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaneyasana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your hands, your forearms, underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anasuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anasuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Deva Rishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anasuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anasuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Udyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Deva Rishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye. The other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly Take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana, on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana. On the other side, remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile. As we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now, place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Phodyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Phodyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy, completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position, engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum, alone clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana, keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath, and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashumudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Machandrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Machandrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Machandrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumatiyasana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Moola Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up And bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles and lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extend it straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapotanitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapotanitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head. Tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly. Sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into, the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position. Bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side, and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now, once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body, upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees in Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready, place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhuasana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds. And relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now, lay flat onto the ground in a plank position. And slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. And alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands, rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Udyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down. As you gaze at your nose, raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your inner. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees. Your elbows adjacent to the knees. Your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now, laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out. As you lay flat on the mat, now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground. as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly, and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana too. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadambasana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down. Keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left. Lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward, visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up And the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax around your leg. Now the leg that is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now, from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight. Palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityananda, we welcome all the participants and all the viewers who's watching us live for today's Glimpses of Paramashivoham program. Today, all the participants, all of you are entering into the fourth day of the program, of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham program. Understand, for all the viewers who's watching us live on YouTube and various social media platforms, and all the participants who have joined us from Zooms, all of us need to understand that this upcoming season of Paramashivoham is a very special season which Swamiji has given. As Swamiji said very beautifully, that AI is going to come and take over everything in our life, whether in the field of health, wealth, relationship, anything, in any field of life, AI is going to come and take over. Jobs are going to become redundant. Medical care is going to become redundant. Customer service is going to be redundant. Literally, so many things in the world is going to become redundant. But Swamiji says very beautifully, during this revolutionary process, the best thing you can do is raise your level of consciousness. As when you raise the level of consciousness, you'll experience that when AI comes, it will only be a tool for you. You'll only take it as a tool and enjoy and celebrate your life. How to make your life easier? For example, a rich man. He knows the method of manifesting wealth. So no matter how much of it he shares, he knows the science of manifesting wealth. Same way, if you raise the level of consciousness, you know that my consciousness is raised. I will not be affected. AI is just the methodologies, different methodologies in which you can manifest your realities. So I request all the participants, as you are entering into this beautiful program of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham program, do invite your friends and families to come and join us for this. As during the Glimpses of Paramashivoham program, you'll be understanding the various different revelations given by Swamiji, special and exquisite sessions given by Swamiji, which are going to be given in the Paramashivoham season. So So I request all participants to go ahead and post how was the experience of Nityananda Yoga for all of you. As today, all of you did the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence, the 308 sequence directly designed by Swamiji to experience the ultimate Paramadvaita within ourselves. So I request all participants to post how was the Nityananda Yoga for all of you. What are the feelings you had? Or you feel like, well, the asanas are a bit complicating, it's a bit challenging for me, but still I did it. I request all participants to go ahead and post your experience of today's Nityananda Yoga. How was it for all of you? Did you enjoy? Did you experience something new? Did you experience a breakthrough within yourself? See, understand, this upcoming season of Paramasham is going to be a very powerful program where Swamiji is going to be coming and raising the frequency of a consciousness. And for him to just to flow that energy into us, we as a vessel needs to be emptied and cleared out. Swamiji says that now if an upturned bowl is kept in front of a tap, even if you pour the water, it's going to leak because you're not ready for it, you're already full. So even if you pour how much amount of water, it's just going to leak. But when you put the bowl properly, how it's supposed to be, any amount of water it will hold because you are empty. Same way our bodies like that. When we come for programs, we are not ready to receive, our body is not trained, is not ready to receive that subconscious energy. So therefore, you need to, I request all participants to clearly understand this important for all of us to train our body and mind to receive the energy Swamiji is going to give us during the Paramashivoham program. So understand now, your body is like a vessel without any detox, without any preparation from your side. When you come to for a program, yes, Swamiji can do all the clearing and at the same time give the superconscious energy, but it's going to be a more work for it. But when you, as a vessel, when you just come empty, when you're ready physically, you kept your body ready, you will see that when you go to Swamiji, Swamiji will just infuse you with that superconscious energy. You'll be filled with that energy. So I request all participants to kindly attend the Glimpses of Paramashivoham program, as this is like a preparation for all of you for the upcoming seasons. And I encourage all the participants to also invite your friends and families for attending this so they too can experience this gift which Swamiji is giving for all of us. So now I request all participants to post how was the Nityananda Yoga for each and every one of you. How did all of you feel? As all of you just finished the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence, so I request all participants to post for any questions or doubts you have. Please feel free to post in the chat section, either in YouTube live comment sections or in the respective Zoom rooms. Because all participants to just anything you feel in any topics of life or any revelations Swami is giving. If you feel stuck, if you feel you're not understanding, do feel free, do reach out to the acharyas, and they're specifically here, blessed by Swamiji, to clear any doubts and guide you for the experience of the Paramashivoham. So with that, I request all participants now to relax yourself. You can drink some water, settle down yourself completely. You can go ahead, change your clothes, and while you are settling down for a program, I request all participants to get eye band and cup. If you do not have an eye band, you can take a cloth, preferably a darker shade, and you can use that as an eye band. So I request all participants to drink a lot of water. Let's take a few minutes, drink a lot of water, settle down yourself completely. Now, let us now enter into the power manifestation. The best thing you can do right after the intense Dhyan yoga is doing the power manifestation. So, request all participants now. Let us now listen to the source scriptures. What Paramashiva has revealed on the Vedas and Agamas. What Paramashiva says on manifesting this power of Terra reading. Very beautifully, Paramashiva is given in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Paramashiva says, Kapalantar Manonyasa Tishtan Militalochanaha Kramena Manasodardhyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. The meaning goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So Paramashiva was saying, when you're fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, understand the crown center, the Sahasrara Chakra is the place where Guru resides. When you're concentrating on the inner space and sitting stably, understand Swamiji says, Stiram Sukham Asanam. Anything which gives you steadiness and comfort is asana. So, by sitting in stability, by keeping your body in stable movement, without any unnecessary action, without any unnecessary movement needs to be done, you experience a state where your mind is in succession. You experience a state where your mind is in pure space of unclutching. You go beyond it. In that space, the third eye opens up, where you're able to see any object or place, anything, just through the third eye, you'll be able to see as you're established in the oneness space with Swamiji. And Sri Krishna also speaks about this power in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 8, where Sri Krishna says to Arjuna, Natumam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadamite chakshuhu pashyame yogameshwaram. Krishna says, the meaning goes, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. Understand, Sri Krishna saying that to Arjuna, the two physical eyes which you are having does not have the ability to perceive my cosmic form. It does not have the ability, does not have the ability to receive my cosmic form as it is limited. And understand, these are Sri Krishna's words 5,000 years ago, which modern science has been discovering that our two physical lights is only limited to the visible light spectrum. Understand, we have the electromagnetic spectrum, in which only the visible range our eyesight are able to see, which is between the 300 nanometers to the 700 nanometer. So below 300 nanometers and above 700 nanometers, our eyes not have the possibility to see. Understand? Sri Krishna is saying this to Arjuna 5,000 years ago, and modern science is discovering it. So this shows that this was our lifestyle. This shows that third eye was a lifestyle for each and every one of us. For every Hindu, Swamiji says, anyone who has a head has a third eye. And this is validated by Sri Krishna, as he said that the two physical eyes which you're having does not have the ability to perceive my cosmic form as it is limited. Therefore, I initiate you the third eye. Divya Chakshu is the third eye. Krishna initiates Arjuna power of third eye, which is beyond the whole electromagnetic spectrum, which is beyond any limitation, which has the ability to perceive Sri Krishna's cosmic form. In the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which is called the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, in this chapter, contains detailed description of Sri Krishna's corporate form as Arjuna sees him through his third eye. And Swamiji also experienced the same thing. Swamiji at the age of 12, and Swamiji was sitting in the coral hillock called the Pavlakundri at Arunachala Mount Hill. Swamiji was seeking on the deeper truths of what is pain, who experiences pain, where did pain come from. In that seeking, something opened up in Swamiji, and Swamiji could see the whole 360-degree visions. Then directions, everything Swamiji was able to see. Not just that, Swamiji realized he was not just able to see, he was able to feel, experience all of that as him. Whether Swamiji says the skin on stone on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carried him equally. In both, Swamiji felt his presence. Whether the setting sun, the rising moon, the Arunachala hill, the temple tower, shrubs, bush, everything around Swamiji, Swamiji could feel his presence in them. Swamiji could feel everything as part of him, as the idea that something was outside of Swamiji and inside of Swamiji broke as he felt himself in one. First, he was able to see the whole 360-degree visions, then directions. Next moment itself, Swamiji realized he was able to feel, experience all of that as him. With a beautiful understanding which we get, with a beautiful understanding that this is our possibility, where this was a lifestyle once upon a time. And Swamiji is beautifully reviving this science again for all of us to explore our highest possibility, that first person in you, which is Paramashiva. So let's now enter into the power manifestation. So request now to close your eyes, tie your eyes with the eye band. Was joining us live to participate in the power manifestation, because all of you to please close your eyes, tie your eyes with the eye band. Now, intensely connect to Swamiji. Just visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Now, as you're visualizing Swamiji, intensely, powerfully, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Now, for all participants, a picture is going to be projected. A picture of a flower is going to be projected. I request all participants and all the viewers who's joining us for the power manifestation. As you're connecting to Swamiji, ask Swamiji to reveal you detailing what is this flower? What's the color of this flower? You can ask Swamiji to show you, reveal you the smell. Just go on conversing with Swamiji. Go on talking to Swamiji as he starts revealing the answers to you.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi.
Slowly, very
This is
slowly.
spiritual lullaby for
Please
samadhi.
open your eyes.
And
I request all participants now to open your eyes
Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me.
and post what
For
was Swamiji
Paramashiva
showing
to
to you.
manifest.
Yes,
With
Vamsi
this
Krishnan
one spiritual
Nityanandamaya
powerful cognition,
and Frank Nolan. Nityanandamaya, welcome you for the Paramashivoham program. I request all participants now to open your eyes and post what was Swamiji showing to you. How was Swamiji showing? Exactly the post in the chat section on what's the flower, the colors of the flower. I request all participants to go ahead and post. All the viewers who's watching us, I request you to post, and all the participants who are attending from the respective Zoom rooms, I request you to post what your Swamiji is showing you in the chat section.
Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest.
Because all participants to post what your Swamiji is
With
showing.
this one
Do not worry whether you're going to
spiritual
manifest or
cognition,
not. Just post exactly as it is.
chant this
Just understand
Mahamahavagya.
each time you manifest in the power. Yes, the manifestation is a side effect, but the source in which you need to concentrate, which you need to focus on, is the space in which you're established in. So let's now verify the answers for all the participants. So the exact flower which is being projected for all of you is a pink orchid. So you can see the picture of the orchid. So it's a pink color orchid which is being projected for all the participants. So those of you who have seen the color pink are able to see an orchid flower. So this consists of manifestation. So how many of you participants got it right? How many of you manifested this round? Like you got the color, or you may got in the flower. Let's now do one more round of this power manifestation. So request all participants now to please close your eyes and tie your eyes with the eye band. Intensely chant the Mahavakya as you're connecting to Swamiji. Intensely chant the Mahavakya because all participants post. Just connect the Swamiji. Now, a picture is being projected for all participants. Request all participants, as you chant the Mahavakya, ask Swamiji to reveal you what this image is about. What flower is it? What is the smell of this flower? What is the color of this flower? Request all participants now to start asking Swamiji. Ask Swamiji to reveal you the details of this picture which has been projected as you intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Because all participants now to go ahead and post whatever Swamiji has revealed to you about the image which is being projected. What flower is it? What's the smell of the flower? What is the color of the flower? Request all participants to post what was Swamiji is showing to all of you. Exactly how Swamiji is showing, it's posted in the chat section. And all the YouTube viewers also request you to participate as When you participate in each of the power manifestation rounds, it'll be nice for all of you. You also will understand how the Paramashivoham is going to be about, and you're going to welcome yourself. You're going to participate in the Paramashivoham program and welcome your friends and families also to join this beautiful campus Swamiji's together. So request all the participants, Frank Pindolinaya, Vamsi Krishna, request all of you to post what the Swami is showing. And all the participants who are there in the respective Zoom rooms, I request you too to go ahead and post what the Swamiji is showing for all of you. Let's now verify all the answers for all the participants. So, the image of the flower which is holding for all the participants is a flower of, it's a picture of jasmine. So, usually this type of jasmine is particularly grown in India, it's abundant in India. And the smell of this jasmine is so good. It's so lovely, heavenly, and it's most of the time this color of the jasmine is white in color. Like the buds will be like kind of like light yellowish color, but once they bloom up, it will become white color. So this was the exact picture which I was projecting for all the participants. With that beautiful manifestation all of us have, let's now enter into today's program. As all of us learned yesterday and day before yesterday on the universe, how we are part of the universe and how there are 25 different identities, 25 different existence of us which are happening, which is actually happening in our life spontaneously, synergetically, synesthetically, simultaneously, without any conflicts, incompletion, fear, or greed. Today, all the participants, you are going to be learning about how to own up for your creations. Swamiji says that when you own up for the manifestations of your life, you are Paramashiva. Therefore, you can change the way you want to manifest life. This is the space of Tatatha, meaning easiness, where you understand you are Paramashiva. I am creating Paramashiva. I am sustaining. I am rejuvenating. I am pulling in delusion and I am liberating. The first session, all the participants, all of you will be getting to understand the 3 units of the cosmos, which is Jiva, which is the individual consciousness, Jagat, the universe, the world around us, and Ishvara, the 5 actions of Paramashiva. We are going to be learning from Swamiji.
Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. The exact English translation of these 3 words is self, God, and world. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All 3 are made of same stuff. How you respond to all 3 will always be same. Please understand. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about Ishvara, God. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about the world. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about Ishvara. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about the world. If you have visual understanding about yourself, for example, when you look inside what you are, if you get an idea visually, you will be able to see Ishvara visually. You will be able to see the cosmos, anything, anywhere visually. If you close your eyes and see yourself, you have only verbal idea what thoughts are going inside. You can see Ishvara also only verbally. And about world also you will have only verbal knowledge. The basic thing needed for enlightenment is psychological revolution. Clarity about the self, world and God. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is the self. How you think, how you are driven, what is your inspiration, what makes you run in your life, what makes you move in your life, why you think, how you think. This understanding is Jiva. Then Jagat, how the clarity which happened in me or the desires and fears I feel in me, how I am going to connect it with the world. If I have some desires, how am I going to get it from the world? If I have some fears, how am I going to avoid it? Avoid those things being forced upon me by the world. That relationship is Jagat. Ishvara means the source for both. The source for individual self and the world is the Ishvara. Achieving that source, all these three is what is called enlightenment. First, having clear understanding about Jiva. Why you think, how you think. This clarity will give you the experience about Jiva. Then, how to connect with the world through your fear or through your greed. Achieving what you want to achieve or keeping away from what you don't want. This is the realization about the Jagat, world. The third, Ishvara, which is the source of these two, experiencing it. Actually, it's a very subtle truth, but very strong truth. Just by understanding, it can liberate you. Just a simple understanding, it can solve so many problems, so many things. The click will straight away happen just by understanding. This sutra is the Nitya Sutra. Nitya Sutra means you need to practice it eternally. 25 states of consciousness, Jiva, 11 dimension of the universe, Jagat, 5 operations of the Sadashiva, Ishvara, Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Understanding of all these three and how they meet, how they connect, who means what to whom, what means what to whom, who connects with what in what way. This whole matrix is Maya. Realization of this whole matrix is Sadashivoham. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. And now when they understand the matrix between these three, the experience of Sadashivoham starts as a everyday happening. Please understand, happening means how the 9 body fluids are happening as long as you are alive in this body. Like this Sadashivoham will be a one more oozing happening of as long as everything exists. The happening word, that is exactly the description of the word happening in Sanskrit. How the 9 body fluids go on happening as long as you are alive in this body. Anything which becomes that kind of happening in you only is Anubhuti. So this matrix of Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat realization and mastery over this matrix happening in you is Sadashivoham. Not that when you have an incompletion, you will find completion, you will find solution. No, that is not called happening. That is taking medicine and healing. For example, you have a, what do you call that? Low hemoglobin. You take medicine, and then hemoglobin, you become iron lady, and then hemoglobin becomes all right. That is medicine. That is not happening. Understand? So when you find incompletion and you go for completion, it becomes all right. That is not happening. The moment hemoglobin starts coming down, automatically body secretes whatever is needed and it becomes all right, is only happening. So now this matrix and mastery over this matrix will become happening in you guys. That is Sadashivoham. When I am introducing, it is only a medicine. Wherever you have a problem, take this and heal, work, breakthrough. It's a medicine. But when this matrix is mastered, it becomes happening.
If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world and the God will change. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is idea about you, Jagat is your idea about the world, and Ishvara is your idea about the ultimate. All these three are very closely connected. If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world will change, and your idea about the Ishvara will change. If you are fear-based, you will feel very connected to the deities with all weapons, 18-handed Kali, or Muniyasami, Karupannar, with all the deities which are violent. You will feel very connected because you are deeply feeling insecure. You want somebody to protect you with all the weapons. If you grow, if your idea about you changes, if you raise to the level of anahata, love, suddenly you will feel connected to Krishna. More love, more bliss, more joy. If you elevate yourself a little more, if your personality becomes a seeker, means seeker of enlightenment, you will feel connected to the master. No, with no other God you will feel connected. All those gods are okay, but you won't feel connected. Only the connection will be with master. You will feel master is everything. That is everything. People ask me, are you God? I tell them no. Only for selected. I am not God for all, but only for those few who are seekers. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I heard that fellow had some miraculous experience in his life by you. You did that to him, this to him, why not do for me also? I tell them, no, it's not in my hand, it is in your hand. How much you feel connected? If you feel connected to me as a teacher, I will do only the teacher job. Only the teacher's job will happen. If you feel connected to me as a master, the master's job will happen. If you feel connected to me in a much more deeper level, those kinds of things will happen. It is feeling connected that creates the possibility for miracles. That creates the space for power of coincidence to happen. Understand? It is you feeling connected. You are feeling connected. That creates a special space where miracles just continue to happen. Miracles are not done, it happens. If it is done, it is a work. Only if it happens, it is a miracle.
For you to become your Ishvara, only Jagat is created. Jagat is generated for you to become your Ishvara. For Jiva to become Shiva, Jagat is generated. Now know your goal and know you and generate your Jagat around you. For generating the Jagat, understanding about wealth and relationship, health, all this jnana vrata is required. You want to become very healthy. It means you have to attract a kind of people who are inspiring you every morning to get up and do yoga and do panchakriya and eat healthy. You can't attract the fellows morning itself, hey, come on, let's go to bar. You can't afford to attract the fellows, come on, let's go to McDonald's. Eat that 7-layer burger, Texas size, Starbucks coffee, 2-liter Coca-Cola. If you attract that kind of friends and that kind of world around you, then don't expect to be healthy. So if you want to be healthy, you need to attract a kind of people, setup, system, place where people are all happy and wake up early morning and breathe that fresh ozone and bend the body, do the yoga and eat healthy, live happily, don't accumulate toxins. Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you. Till that level, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you, whatever you are perceiving as of now to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva. Sadashiva. Please listen. What Vedas describe as Brahman, Agamas describe as Sadashiva is not what English word God means. God means generator, operator, destroyer, 3. Very clearly Agama says Sadashiva does Panchakritya, not 3. Panchakritya means creation, protection, destruction, delusion, liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasha, Trodana, Anugraha. Even the word Srishti is not equivalent to creation. Even the word Sthiti is not equivalent to operation. Even the word Vinasha is not equivalent to destruction. Even that is a mentally retarded, handicapped version. The word God is not equivalent to Sadashiva. The very scope. West does not understand something called delusion and liberation. It understands only creation, operation and destruction. what they understand from their scope, they created their God. Understand what they could grasp, based on that they created their concept of God. What we experienced, from that we expressed Brahman and Sadashiva. So the Brahman in Vedas, Sadashiva in Agamas is not described, presented properly by the word God. I am first making this statement clear. So, the moment I have discarded even the word God, where is the question of getting absorbed into that God? Understand, supernatural, paranormal, magical, all these words no way relates with what Agama describes, Upanishad describes as Shaktis. Let me enter into the satsang. Listen. Hindu tradition has only 3 steps for ultimate realization, manifesting Sadashivatva. 1. Shravana, listening. 2. Manana, internalizing. 3. Nididhyasana, manifesting, living. Listen carefully. Any great truth you listen, Shravana, which goes into your length logic dimension, should become part of your depth cognition. Once it becomes cognition, you start living it. That's all. Logically, you all heard millions of times from me, you are Mahasadashiva. You are the same pure consciousness. But it has not yet become your depth, cognition. It is sitting there, but not into your Anandagandha. Listen carefully. What is the way all your great ideas, see, as long as it is only a length logic, it's an idea. When it becomes cognition, it is life. Ideas you have about your soul. What is individual soul? What is Jagat? Means universe, human beings, life, nature. What is Ishvara? Listen carefully. You have all the right ideas now. Nothing more need to be taught. That is why no guru can stand in front of my disciples. You guys know too much. No doubt. Amazing ideas about self means Jiva, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, God. You know too much, and it is in your logic, in your length. But it has to become your cognition, depth. How? How? Understand, when all the great ideas about Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, self, universe and God is sitting in your logic, it is yet to become your depth cognition. You all have all the right things. I have seen many people, when they advise others, the way they advise, oh God. Understand, it does not need to be our weakness. It can become sadhana. listen. How many of you feel when you solve others' problems, so many clicks happen inside you and many of your problems are solved? Raise your hand. That is always the technique. Start causing others. That is what I am saying. Understand. All the great understandings you have about each self, universe and God, Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All the great things, great ideas you have need to become part of your cognition, depth. How many of you feel everything I have in my length, if it becomes depth, now I will become enlightened? I have so much. What is the methodology then? Causing, that's all. Understand, causing is a spiritual practice, because every time you cause others, you just lift yourself to the higher understandings, cognitions, where the understandings you have in the level of logic length becomes part of your depth, cognition.
சிவம் உங்கள் பெயர் அல்ல, உங்கள் சத்தியம். Shiva is not just your name, it is your satya, it is your satya, it is your existence, it is you, it is you, it is your very you, the core of your existence is Shiva. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Listen. Even when you have self-doubt, see, always, all of you move from one thought to another thought, because your mind moves from one thought to another thought. You get self-doubt about anything you try to understand. Understand? The believers will have a self-doubt about their bhakti. Non-believers, even atheists, will have a self-doubt about their atheism. Any philosophy you try to believe, you will have a self-doubt. Only when you experience, your self-doubt will be burnt. Self-doubt, when it is unattended, becomes self-hatred. Self-hatred, when it is unattended, becomes self-denial. That's what I call SDHD, just like ADHD. How kids have a ADHD, adults get into SDHD, self-doubt. Unattended self-doubt becomes self-hatred. Unattended self-hatred becomes self-denial. The SDHD leads to doubt about life, doubt about your own life. Doubt about your life becomes hatred for life and denial of life. LDHD, life doubt, life hatred, life denial, only becomes frustration, anger, depression about life.
All the problems you face in your relationships with the external world, with the outer world, is LDHD. Listen, all the pasa you experience, all the mithya you experience, all the maya you experience, all the delusion you experience is LDHD. Life doubt, life hatred, life denial. All the insecurity you experience about life is God doubt, God hatred, God denial. Listen. What starts as SDHD starts manifesting as LDHD and goes to GDHD. Once you don't attend to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, it takes the form of LDHD and GDHD. Listen. Come to the source core of you. The source of you. Through experience. How you experience, you exist with that same strength, power. You can experience Paramashiva exists today. With that experience of Paramashiva, your SDHD, LDHD, GDHD, all of it will disappear, dissolve. You will experience Paramadvaita. Parama Advaita. Understand that first. You always think, only if I can visualize the great truths inside me and concentrate on it without getting oscillated, I will get enlightened, I will experience Paramashiva. No. Paramashiva is larger than your ability to visualize. That is why Upanishads declares. Upanishads very clearly declares, Avangmanadi Kocharam. It is beyond your ability to visualize and verbalize. He is the frequency which cannot be verbalized. He is the vibration which cannot be visualized. The nada which cannot be verbalized. Bindu which cannot be visualized. He is Satya, only can be experienced. I wanted to reveal some of the sacred secrets, nuances of this 25 states of consciousness, 5 aspects of Sadashiva, 11 dimensions of the universe. Please understand. The moment I utter these big words, you think this is going to be useful for me after my death. Let me accumulate it and keep it like a death insurance. No, please understand. Understanding 25 states of consciousness will directly help you even your day-to-day dilemma. Should I smoke or not? Should I live with this husband or not? Should I divorce this wife or not? Should I go for this diet or not? Even as simple as these dilemmas. In this situation of my life, given the time, intelligence, money and future I have, is this decision right? Is this decision going to be the best possibility for me? Even in your day-to-day business, career, life, relationships, everything. In every level, the 25 states of consciousness can give you an amazing breakthrough. Understand? All dilemmas and doubts are nothing but your dream state interfering with your waking state without you calling it or invoking it. Your waking state, Jagrat. Without you calling, dream state comes in attacking you, interfering with your waking state, constantly keeping you in a very low frequency, overlapping or unnecessary interference. Actually, whenever you are in dilemma, confusion, very simple, just sip 30-40 ml of neem juice. No, because of the taste of the neem juice, you may never fall into dilemma and confusion afterwards. That is secondary. Very simple. I'll give you, it's like an experiment, try. Because neem juice rudely brings you to the waking state. All dilemma is dreaming state, swapna, entering into you, and convincing your waking state that dream state is part of your waking state. So the deluded information, less informed frequency of you, actually less informed frequency of you is your dream state. Little more informed frequency of you is your waking state. Completely, fully informed, awakened state of you, dimension of you is Turiya state. Not only fully informed, all empowered to manipulate, manifest, play with any of the, where knowledge is power, that state is Turyadita. Understand, this less informed dream state entering into your waking state and convincing your waking state that your dream state is part of your waking state. So it is like a less informed person and more informed person having a debate. How it will be? Even the logic or the frequency from which two ends of your dilemma operates will be different. Understand? For example, you are having a dilemma whether to start this business or not. When you are arguing for starting the business, feel how you feel your inner image. When you are arguing for not going for that business, how you feel your inner image? Or you have a dilemma, whether to become a sannyasi or not. See, please understand, when you have this kind of debates, dilemmas, whether to go for divorce, whether to go for having a baby, whether to go for sannyas, whether to go for starting a business, or whether to go for having an affair, whether to go for building a new home. Whenever you have this, just observe one debate, one side of the debate will always be from more alert, higher inner image of you. The other side of the debate will always be from lower inner image of you. The moment you know this, just blindly vote to the fellow who is from the higher inner image. The debates and arguments which are coming from higher inner image, because he is Jakrat, the other fellow is Swapna, dream. Understand, for you to sit and have this understanding, you need little neem juice on the tongue, or a bay leaf on the tongue. Even the bay leaf, if you soak it in honey and chew, it will bring you to Jakrat state. You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One, with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist.
How many of you understand that? Projector. Listen. With the idea I exist, and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding, with thoughts, with the idea I exist, I consciousness, that state is called thinking, Jagrat. All of you are able to understand the word wakeful state, Jagrat? If you understand the word Jagrat, wakeful state, raise your hand. Great. I am using the Sanskrit word so that I will not forget, and all of you also will not forget. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why? Dream state. How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called Turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word Turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, Turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is Turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is Turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turiyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turiyatita. Turiyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jakrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turiyatita, alive state, where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. Listen, all these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive, all these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing,
about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand? Both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two-part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe a few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand. The line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Sushupti and Jakrat. Sushupti and Turiya. Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic. Mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. The line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will use that. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 no. That becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It is good. Sometimes you are not able to see. Now we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. And even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it comes, whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face. Whatever come, what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I am calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through 25 various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep. Both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I am trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming.
But the logic with which you need to control you, that reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse. It is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? In waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously, you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's in a waking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya. Tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I will call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, the which I marked, seeking awakened but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed, but you know something you need to discover. I will call that as a seeking but not active. It means you don't plan about
how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen and or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark, the awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say big capital letter no to everything external, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream, but go back to the deep sleep, again dream, and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experienced this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand. You will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire. You will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand? Next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently, because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages, because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mongoose. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mongoose or mongoose? How you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mongoose. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere, because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. The tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent, because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand?
Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. Belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turyatita. That's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching your own effort. If both happens, that is what. If both happens, that is what is called Turyatita, which becomes permanent. Few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem. But if you decide to become powerless, you can be powerless anywhere. If you decide to become powerful, you can be powerful anywhere. Fundamentally, this whole 25 state is 25 phases of you, 25 dimensions of you. Nothing is bad, nothing is good. Because many times you become powerless in dream state, it looks like a bad. Not the state is bad, but your habit and pattern of becoming powerless there is bad.
Daniel Konkler is asking, Swamiji, is the 25 states of consciousness, 11 dimensions of Jagat, 5 aspects of Ishvara, are they all Maya or just different permutations and combinations? Where in it does Sadashivoham exist? Or is it only outside of that matrix that we exist?
Listen to this example. You are in a forest. A tiger sees you. You see the tiger. It is chasing you. You are running for life. That is Maya. Because the way you want to see, you create what you want to see. It is called Drishti Srishti. Because you see, you create. Listen carefully. Next, Ganga is flowing forever. From the Himalayas to Ganga Sagar, ocean. That is Srishti Drishti. Because it is there, you see. Listen carefully. This is the difference.
Tiger chasing you, experience is Srishti Drishti, because you see it is happening. Ganga flowing is Srishti, means it exists. Because it exists, you see. Tiger chasing you is Drishti Srishti. Drishti means seeing, Srishti means creation. Because of your seeing, it is created. Ganga flowing is Srishti Drishti. Because it is there, you are seeing. What's the difference? If there is a psychological intervention, for example, even the modern day researchers are proving, the moment you see the tiger, if you are shaken, frightened, certain chemicals are released in your body. Tiger hates the smell of that chemical. If you are not frightened, if you don't release that chemical, tiger doesn't chase you. It is not necessary always the tiger should chase you. If you have a fear, you will project and have an animal chasing you. Whenever there is a psychological intervention and the manipulation of the happening, it is called Srishti Drishti. Because you see it is happening. Whenever there is no psychological intervention, the Ganga flowing, there is no psychological intervention from your side. From your side, there is no intervention. It is flowing whether you see it or not. It is flowing whether you perceive it or not. That is Srishti Drishti. What is created, you are seeing. So listen, in this 25 consciousness, 11 dimensions, 5 aspects of Jiveshwara Jagat, neither everything is Maya nor everything is reality. There are certain things which are influenced by Drishti. That Srishti is Maya. Tiger chasing you is Maya. Ganga flowing forever is not Maya, it is reality. Where your intervention does not alter the existence, the reality. It's not Maya. So, your first question is that 25 consciousness, 11 dimensions, 5 aspects of Ishvara, all these are Maya, are just different permutation combinations. Different permutation combinations of these 3, which is influenced by the seer, is Maya, which is not influenced by the seer is reality. The next question, where in it does Sadashivoham exist? No. All this exists in Sadashivoham, not Sadashivoham in it. Understand? All this, even Ishvara, Sadashiva's 5 dimensions of Srishti Sthiti Vinasa Trobhava Anugraha, Srishti Sthiti Sanghara Trobhava Anugraha, creation, maintenance, destruction, delusion and enlightenment, liberation. Even these 5 aspects of Sadashiva is only the Vyakta component. So all this 25 states of consciousness of Jiva, 11 dimensions of Jagat, 5 aspects of Ishvara, all this is established on Sadashivoham. All this exists on Sadashivoham. Sadashivoham does not exist in any of this. All this exists in Sadashivoham. And you are asking, or is it only outside of that matrix we exist? Please understand.
Sadashivoham exists outside of all this matrix. All this. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. The overlapping and permutation combinations of all this forms certain matrix, and that matrix, listen, that matrix, when it is influenced by the seer, I call it Maya. When it is not influenced by the seer, I call it reality. But Sadashivoham is the space where all these are established. Whether it is Maya or reality, it is established on Sadashivoham. So Sadashivoham is outside this whole matrix. Actually, you are going to experience Sadashivoham, the space outside this matrix, in this Sadashivoham 2016. I am very serious about it.
शक्यशाकिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्रमे कामाय मह्यपामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वैष्णवाय महाराजाय नमः
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றடி மலனடி போற்றி பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையினம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டையும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணையும் பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலவத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நித்திரின் வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கையினில் சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன் மாழ சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே மண்ணும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியினில் இறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா அறவாடிட இசை சூழ்ந்திட திரள் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्मरूपने मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरेशने अण्णामलै उदित नित्यानंदने चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதிலின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியை தொழுதோமே வேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினாய் ஊழியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படை தரு கர்ம வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எம்மையாளும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே எங்கள் மரியாதை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யானந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் உன்னையே கதிகன
Nityanandam to all the participants. after that beautiful and powerful session from Swamiji on the 25 states of consciousness, I'd like to ask all of you, how did you enjoy the session? What is it that you cognized, you understood? Which cognitions that Swamiji revealed about the 25 states of consciousness did you click with the most? Take a moment and share. So which state of consciousness are all of you in right now? Hopefully, Jagrat at least, not Swapna or Sushupti. What is it that you cognized, understood? See, Swamiji says, it's not just about learning the 25 states of consciousness. So why should I learn it? There is a science behind why we understand. Because only when you are, it does not matter which state of consciousness you are in, Swamiji reveals. The only thing matters is, are you powerful in any of these states of consciousness? So as we get into learning, cognizing these different states of consciousness, I want to request each and every one of you to take a moment and post your cognitions, your understandings, whatever it is you understood, you clicked with, hey, this is so right, from what Swamiji revealed on the 25 states of consciousness. See, understanding these 25 states of consciousness will directly help you in your day-to-day dilemma. What is best for me in my day-to-day business, in my career, in my life, in my relationships? All of these will immediately get solved when you just look into your day to day, when you just look into this 25 states of consciousness and cognize these 25 states of consciousness. It is actually a very powerful way, a very, very important and powerful way where each and every one of us can cognize these 25 states of consciousness. So now what are these basic 5 first? Okay, Swamiji reveals there are first 5 basic states of consciousness. The first is, as we learned, the Sushupti state, the space of deep sleep. The feeling of I does not exist, nor are there any thoughts. You cannot even feel your own existence. The next is the Swapna state, the state of dreaming. There is a feeling of thoughts. You're having thoughts, you have emotions, you have so many things coming up, but there's no I. There's no identity to create a cohesive reality. Then there is the Jagrat state, the state where what is it you are experiencing or supposed to be experiencing right now? When you're relating with reality, Swamiji reveals it is in this Jagrat state that we relate with the Guru. Then we have the Turiya state, which literally means the 4th state. The space of awareness where the I alone is there There's no thoughts. And the Turiyatita, the canvas on which all of these are happening, the pure consciousness. So a permutation combination of these 5 basic states of consciousness is what creates the 25 states of consciousness. So I hope all of you are understanding, cognizing these basic 5 states of consciousness, which are what fundamentally constitutes our reality. So now as we are continuing in this session, Swamiji has given a very powerful process. See, why you behave the way you behave, why sometimes you're happy, why sometimes you're sad, all of this is dependent on your state of consciousness. All your decisions are just because of the state you are in. So now I request all of you to draw in your notebook a table like how Swamiji had shown, how all these 5 states are crisscrossing each other to form the 25 states of consciousness. The 5 states your body goes through with the 5 states your mind goes through. Okay, let's just take a few moments now and write down detailedly this table of all the 25 states of consciousness. I hope all of you have penned down your 25 states of consciousness table. So here's a sample. You can verify with this sample so that all of you are able to draw it perfectly properly. Now, with the help of the table that you have drawn, answer this following quiz. Okay, take a look at your table. When you are tired, which state are you in? When you are bored, which state are you in? Which state do you experience frustration? And when your tantrum throwing child is going through dream state and logic is in deep sleep, what is it that you experience? Okay? I request all of you to take a few minutes. Based on what Swamiji spoke, look at your table and answer this. After that, we'll be looking at the answers. I request all of you now to take a moment, post your answers. Exactly what it is that Swamiji, that you remember, you are able to recollect, cognize from what Swamiji showed you, from what we listened to the greater revelations. Just take a moment and post. What causes boredom? Which state of consciousness are you in when you're tired? Where are you experiencing frustration? What happens when your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep and your logic is in the dream state? All of these questions, what is it that you are able to see? Like, what is it that you are able to remember from what Swamiji revealed as you're looking at your child? Okay, let's see the answers now. So as you can see here, Swamiji reveals that if you're tired, at that time the state you are in is your mind is in the waking state and your body is in the sleeping state. If you're bored, the mind is in the sleep state and the body is in the waking state. Your tantrum throwing child is extremely active when you're experiencing frustration. And when your tantrum throwing child is dreaming and your logic is in deep sleep, that's when you experience intense healing. So this is the greater science that Swamiji has revealed on these 25 states of consciousness. I request all of you to share what you're able to catch, what is it that you missed as you are listening to Swamiji. Now, with that beautiful quick quiz we had on understanding about these 25 states of consciousness. See, remember, Swamiji says just cognizing these 25 states can cause a huge breakthrough in your life. If you look at your table, the last two rows of Turiya with all the other states and Turiya Theta with all the states, not the rows, sorry, the columns, the last two columns of your table. These two are where power manifestation happens. Swamiji has revealed very beautifully that this place, when you're in the Turiya, the initial power manifestation happens, and the complete power manifestation happens only when you're touching Turiya Theta. When your mind, your tantrum throwing child, is touching Turiya Theta. So that is what we are going to be experiencing now, as we're going to be manifesting the power of the length dimension, which Paramashiva reveals as the power of Shakti Sandhane Sharirotpatihi. By experiencing the essence of Paramashiva in the length, breadth, depth, time, and space dimensions. So now we're going to be beautifully manifesting the power of length, which understand initially it manifests as just being able to see, cognize some kind of mathematic related thing. Swamiji says anything which follows a logical flow is the length dimension. Actually, in the further sessions today, you're going to be cognizing in depth what each of these dimensions are. So do stay tuned for that also. But the length dimension in basic is nothing but the logical dimension of the cosmos. So Swamiji reveals anything you can find on the internet follows a logic and therefore comes under the length dimension. In this round of power manifestation, we're going to be doing nothing but scanning the height of a projected waterfall. So I have an image of a waterfall on screen for you. You're just going to be connecting to Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya, and ask Swamiji to reveal to you, to show you the exact height of this waterfall. See, many times Swamiji may show you other details like the place, the location, the name of the waterfall, but whatever it is, your aim is to find out any logical information, especially the height of this waterfall. All you need to do is connect to Swamiji. Again, remember, chant the Mahavakya intensely within you and just allow Swamiji to flow through you as you ask Swamiji to show you the height of this waterfall. Just connect to Swamiji intensely. Chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham again and again as you just ask Swamiji to show you the answer.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Now I request all of you to take a few moments, post your answers, what it is that Swamiji is showing you in your inner space, the height, any other details, anything Swamiji showed you, you can go ahead and post that immediately in the chat section. As Swamiji has shown you, you don't need to change it, you don't need to do anything, just post it exactly like that.
Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva.
Anandeshwari, Ma Sharmin, I request all of you, do participate. It's a very beautiful power manifestation session and you will see a lot of breakthroughs in your own life. So I request each and every one of you, Chandrasekhar Ayya from Chennai, all of you can actively participate in this session, posting what Swamiji is revealing to you in your inner space. Is the number, what is the height of this waterfall? Yes, Srinivas Gaudaya, you too, Ayya, I request you also to participate.
Spiritual lullaby for samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me.
See the answer now? Exactly what the answer for this session is, this round of manifestation. So as you can see here, the exact height of this is the Havasu Falls, which is in Arizona, USA. It is 98 feet in height. So it's around 30 meters. 98 feet is the height of this waterfall. See, even whatever Swamiji has shown you, whatever it may be, even the slightest manifestation is a very, very powerful breakthrough that you are having. So whatever it may be Swamiji has shown you, the minute you post it, you share it, you celebrate it, you will see beautifully powers manifest. So we just manifested the power of length. Now let us enter, we learned the Atma Tattva today, the 25 states of consciousness, the unit of Jiva, of the self. The next session we're going to be entering into is the unit of the Jagat. What is that? What do you think may be the unit of the world? As Swamiji revealed, it is the 11 dimensions. These 11 dimensions are constituted of the 5 base dimensions of earth, of length, breadth, depth, time and space. So let us now listen to directly from Swamiji the greater, deeper revelations on this 11 dimensions of the universe.
Tradition is a powerful knowledge source. Understand? Thousands of years before Mahadeva has spoken about this 11 dimension, Mahadeva science is still sitting with the 5th dimension. Mahadeva has gone to 11 thousands of years before, and you need to know, in Hinduism 11 genders, not 3. West talks only about 3. Male, female, and the whole thing, everything they classified into LGBT. In Hinduism, 11. 11 genders. Male biomemory in female muscle memory. Male muscle memory in female biomemory. And same way there's a clear description of experiences of these 11 dimensions. If 25 states of consciousness knowledge is shared with the world, whole psychology, psychiatry, this department will collapse. About everything. Life, desire, good, bad, purpose life, right, wrong, about everything. Having powerful cognition, getting mature, having powerful cognition, getting mature. Because of that powerful cognitions, manifesting powers. Now, giving powerful cognitions to you about the universe is introduction to 11 dimension of the universe. Listen, the modern day so-called science is able to understand only 4 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time. But the ancient science, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the being exist in the 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions. And the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. Now I'm going to enter into the exact dimensions, that 11 dimensions. So let's remember Mahadeva and request his presence. For us he is avyakta, unknown. So he only has to reveal his grace by being here and making all of us experience. Let me introduce the first dimension. Dimension means aspect of the universe. See, 25 aspects of you only is the 25 states of consciousness. So now internalize. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 11 aspects of the universe is 11 dimension. 5 aspects of God is Panchakritya. First dimension,
It's called length. Listen. Each of these dimension has its own tattva, unit. So understand these basic principles. Length. Length means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4, or if you add this acid and this acid, this is the product, comes out. This chemical and this chemical, this is the chemical, comes out. Anything repeatedly flows in the same logic is length dimension. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or the Ganga moving from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar. It's all logic. Listen carefully. All logic which moves systematically comes under length dimension. If I introduce other 2-3 dimensions, then you will understand. You will be able to grasp the depth of each dimension. Length dimension is a power by itself. If you master the length dimension, anything which works as per the logic will be under your control. You are master of it. Everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breadth dimension. Listen, rhythmic logic is different and simple logic is different. Simple logic is length. Rhythmic logic is breadth. Breadth does not mean it does not have a logic, and it does not mean it's a rigid logic. All language, all mathematics, all data analysis, all the statistics, all this comes under length dimension. Rhythmic flow of logic is breadth. Means it's not that length is not there, but it is not rigid length. It's not rigid logic. Like dance, music, poetry. Poetry is the breadth dimension of language. Silence is the depth dimension of language. Speaking is the length dimension of language. Mathematics is the writing dimension of length. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Yantras are the depth dimension of writing. Listen, now I am giving you a very important understanding. You need to come to these cognitions. That is why the lessons about the 11th dimension. These cognitions are needed. Actually, I am teaching you how to come to powerful cognitions with this 11th dimension. With this 11th dimension, the two important important result you need to achieve. Mahadeva says the first result is manifesting powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. Listen, there is a big difference between these two. Listen carefully. If you read through third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and starting reading is manifesting powerful cognition. The rhythmic flow of logic, length is breath. All the actions and activities of heart and art, goes into breath dimension, where there is a logic, but there is a flow, not rigid logic. Listen, all your patterns function from breath dimension, not from length dimension. Like if I sit in cold, tomorrow I'll get fever. Because my father had diabetes, I will also have diabetes. This kind of stupid cognitions. Rhythmic flow of the body language is dance. Rhythmic flow of the verbal language is poetry. Rhythmic flow of the sound is music. Rhythmic flow of the life is peace. But depth of life is bliss. Peace is not bliss. Understand? Powerfulness of the length is relaxation. Powerfulness of the breath is peace. Powerfulness of the depth is bliss. Length is your logic, breath is your emotions. What is emotion? A logic out of which you functioned many times, now you automatically function based on that logic is emotion. Packed logic is emotion. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? You know, in this situation, this is the way you have to behave. Because many times this is the way you have done. This way your father has done, your grandfather has done, your grandmother has done. Length repeated again and again, which became your muscle memory, is breath. Breath repeated again and again, which became your biomemory, is depth. Depth is your conclusions. Depth is the cognitions and conclusions you carry about you, life, God, people, everything. I'll repeat. Logic of you and the universe is length dimension. Rhythmic logic of you and the universe is breath dimension. Cognitions from which the logic and rhythmic logic of you and the universe manifests is depth dimension. Listen. Listen to the fourth statement. time, kala. Time is a rough word, English word. Let me use the word kala directly. Kala, that's the fourth dimension. No difference between your kala and kala of the universe. Listen carefully. Anything which makes you feel universe's time is different and your time is different is not you. Your length, when its frequency increases, becomes breadth. Your breadth, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breadth, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Time is a frequency, dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, Kailasa and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully, your logic and logic of the Devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and Devata's breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and Devata's depth, little more closer. But in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes. For us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. Your remembrance of you powerfully associated to some subject or not associated to something. For example, you may remember you powerfully by feeling I have a young body. You may remember you powerlessly feeling, oh, I don't have a bank balance. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerfully. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerlessly. How many of you are understanding this? This binary is time. That's all. Catch it. Listen. This binary is time. Kala. Kala, Sanskrit word, means jumping between associated powerfulness and associated powerlessness. Understand? Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic; breadth, heart; depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Get thoroughly terrorized. Getting mesmerized by the size and shape and getting terrorized by the space is called marriage. A full cycle of marriage is getting thoroughly mesmerized by the size and shape, length, breadth, depth, and getting thoroughly terrorized. I have seen some of the people getting terrorized by the marriage so strongly, they decide forever in any janma no marriage. A lot of people are deciding that. That is why more and more by birth the attitude and aptitude moves away from male female. Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. The space constitutes a person. Understand, the space you carry decides who you are. Your polished vocabulary, your sophisticated poetic body language, your cute romantic behavior, you will not be able to keep all this consistently even if you are an amazing actor. No. No. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow.
the smell, the flavor of your space. The flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. We call it Valimandalam in Tamil. In English, I think it's called atmosphere. Yes. See, it's like atmosphere. Length, breadth, depth and space, when they collide, the atmosphere created is time. It has no independent existence. If the length, breadth, depth moves away from the space, the time will not have its existence. Listen. If something is a straight logic, it is called length dimension. Almost there is no blind spot. Same way, there is no depth. Listen carefully. Playing your whole life in length dimension is like a ship in the port, shipyard. Safe, but ship is not built for it. Ship is safe in shipyard, in port, but ship is not built for that. You are always safe if your life is based on logic, but you are not built for that. Anybody who feels secured by the logic dimension's abundance is foolishly feeling secured. Please listen. If you are cognizing you are very secured because of the bank balance zeros you have, electronically generated zeros in the bank computer screens by the exploiting ignorant stupid guys, if that is giving you the concept of security, you are stupidly secured. I am not saying that money cannot give you comfort. Yes, it can give you many things which you cannot buy without it, no doubt. But if you cognize that is going to give you a complete security in life, you are fool. It can give you painkiller, it cannot remove pain. Bed is not equivalent to sleep. When you don't have bed, you equate bed to sleep. Only if you have multi-bedroom house, you will understand bed is not equivalent to sleep. Same way, security you feel based on length dimension is the security ship feels in the port. Is that security for the ship? No. Security of the ship is its ability to handle everything of the ocean. Security for you is your ability to handle all the 11 dimensions. If you don't tumble down in the 25 states of consciousness, you are secured. The ultimate security, please listen, in the doing aspect and being aspect. Sushupta sushupti, to turyadita turyadita. If you can handle, that is what is security. With introduction to the 11th dimension, the intensity of your powerful cognitions will just shoot up. Understand? The amount of powerful cognitions, all of you need to understand the meaning of the word powerful cognition. For example, if you see somebody dying, are you going to cognize it as powerlessness, shaking, fear? Are you going to cognize the situation with a powerfulness? That is the way the reality is. What next? In every situation, cognizing with powerfulness, whether health, relationships, love. Listen. Knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, knowledge and understanding of this 11th dimension makes many of the suffering caused by others and the sufferings you cause to others redundant. Only a person who understands 11 dimensions of the universe can be non-violent, can be really non-violent. Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt you to that level. Experience the depth of your consciousness. You should feel you have become too big. Wow. Existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. That consciousness you are carrying, that chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. See, I want you to know these dimensions, only then I can take you to the next level of experience. Otherwise, when I give you the experience, you will be overwhelmed. See, with understanding about these dimensions, you yourself will know how the powers are manifesting. And you will start playing with them. You getting comfortable with your consciousness and manifesting powers will start happening once you understand these 11 dimensions. Now, see, I have a responsibility. I have to give you this knowledge without giving you suffering. Mahadeva puts that word. There's a clear command. Knowledge has to be given without suffering. Listen, first thing you need to know about the universe because you are living in universe. Ignorance is no way cute and ignorance is not going to save you anywhere. Second, why I am teaching about this fundamental units of the universe, 11 dimensions, because understanding about these 11 dimensions will make you manifest multiple powerful cognitions and powers. I'll repeat. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened, your master's third eye which initiated you. And that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye. Then, the power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? So today you are going to manifest powerful cognitions. Only then you will understand how understanding about these multi-dimensions makes you start functioning in multi-dimension level. Understand, my purpose is individual, having a breakthrough in consciousness and feeling you have now become multiple. Like earlier, if you felt you are in your body 100 unit, it should just become million unit. You should feel, wow, million unit, I am in my system now. That's all I am interested. If you have become million from 100, then you will know the whole dimensions of the universe, possibilities of life, powers of the consciousness. Everything starts manifesting. It's all fundamentally integrating you and making you experience superconsciousness. I am interested in you, not any adjectives added to you. I am interested in you manifesting, you radiating. My project plan is only one. You manifesting, you having a breakthrough. I'll do everything for that. Whether I ask you to eat vegetarian food, or I ask you to apply the aushadas and take bath, or I ask you to do the yoga on the pole and the rope, it is all centered on one. Now, I'm going to introduce you the 11 dimensions of the universe, all only this purpose. Breaking the barriers you built around you and experientially manifesting, not just theory, word.
Nityanandam, to all the viewers, all the participants, everyone sitting here with us. Actually, this one session which Swamiji revealed, I have found, has resonated with so many people. Actually, if you look at it, right, this is a breakthrough for modern science. Swamiji says modern day physics has only started touching the time dimension. But Hinduism, the ancient Hinduism has revealed about the 11 dimensions of existence. It's very powerful. If you just look into your own life and contemplate on this, you yourself will start seeing how each of the statements Swamiji made is so true, so relevant, and a complete revolution for science. Now, you may be thinking, how is this practical for me? Now, the same thing if we apply to any revelation that physics gives, the creation of atoms, the discovery of atoms. How is it relevant to me? How is it relevant to me if I know what the constituents of the tiniest bit of matter is made of, as long as I'm able to use the matter? So when we look at it scientifically, some places, a lot of the things they find out are irrelevant. At some places, it does create technologies that are useful to us. Like one example could be that nuclear fission, the way we are getting electricity through nuclear power because of the discovery of atoms. But these 11 dimensions of the universe, see, they are not theories. They are not propositions. They are not things that can only be validated through mathematics or science. It is something you can experience. That is why the 11 dimensions of the universe are so important and so relevant to each and every one of us. So let us understand deeper into these 11 dimensions of the universe of our existence. Take a moment and look at this table here, where you see length. Swamiji says length, breadth, and depth does not constitute a person. It is the space. That is why if you see, the major thing that you will notice about these 11 dimensions is those beings who are living in the higher dimensions always have a higher level of space dimension within them. So you can see humans live within length, breadth, and depth. The cosmic airport is where there's no depth, just length and breadth. Then there's the length and breadth dimension, the breadth and depth dimension. The dimension where there is the Milky Way galaxy, the time and space. Length, time, and space is where the Gandharvas exist. The Munis, the ones who are established in eternal silence, they are there with the breadth, time, and space. The Ganas, those who are living with Paramashiva, have the depth, time, and space. Rishis, who are able to see the cosmic mantras, they have length, breadth, time, and space. Then, of course, there's the space of Shunya, of nothingness, and the space of Mahakailasa, which is the only place where all 5 of these dimensions exist. Okay, so now in this session, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be understanding which dimension are we living from. Of these dimensions, where are we living from? So it's going to start for us by penning down 25 activities you do in a single day. So there are definitely hundreds of activities we do, small, big, major, minor. Together, just totally write down 25 activities. So just give 5 minutes for this. I request all of you to write down 25 activities you do in a single day. Okay, I hope all of you have finished writing down simple 25 activities. So now what you're going to do, you're going to classify each of these activities in your day. Which ones are in length, breadth and depth. Length is anything which follows a systematic logic. Whether it is 2 plus 2 is 4, or if I add this acid and that acid, this is the product. The result of any type of reaction is this, whether your DNA or the movement of the planets, anything which functions with a logic is the length dimension. The breadth dimension is anything which follows a rhythmic logic, and the depth dimension is anything which comes out of your cognition. So I want each of you to look into your life and pen down for these 25 activities. It may be as simple as brushing your teeth in the morning, to as complex as attending a cabinet meeting in your office, whatever it may be, a board meeting in your office. Write down during that act, which state of consciousness, which dimension of the universe are you in? Simple way. Now, I always give this example of cooking. Now, your cooking, if I add 2 tablespoons of salt and 5 tablespoons of chili powder in 2 cups of rice, it's going to taste good as per my past experience, and the outcome is going to be a nice meal for me to eat. Something following a logical flow. You are cooking when you are in the length dimension. The same cooking, it is an artistic expression for you. It is an expression of your creativity. You like to arrange the food in the most visually appealing way, or you like to experiment with the different types of taste that can be added in the food to see how it appeals to a different variety of palates. You are cooking in the breadth dimension. The same cooking, if it is coming from a powerful cognition. I want the best yogic body to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. For that, if I add these ingredients in my food, Tudavalai, Karisalankani, Ponnangani, Haritaki, I will manifest that. If I eat my organic food, sattvic food, I will manifest that. Therefore, I am cooking. You are manifesting from the depth dimension. For each of the acts you're doing in the day, are you doing it from the length, the breadth, or the depth dimension? It is very important for you to write down this for each of the 25 activities. We'll just have a few minutes now for all of you to detailedly pen down which state of consciousness do you do every activity of these 25 activities. Now look at this and try to look in and see of all the activities you are doing, how much percentage of it is from length dimension, breadth dimension, or the depth dimension? See, depth is your conclusions, your cognitions, satsangs. See, just look. If you are depth dependent, you'll always have only inspired people around you. But length dependent will be bored, boring, repetitive. So I request all of you to take a few minutes and write down, look in and see how much of your day are you in what. Just this awareness will immediately, you yourself will start moving more towards depth dependent activities. And it's not that you have to change what you're doing, it's just about changing the cognition from which you are doing what you're doing. If just the cognition alone changes, right, the very activity will take on a new meaning for you in your life. And that is what you will start experiencing. So just finish this process and you will see how this cognition shift will directly manifest in you as powers. So with that, with the conscious decision to make our life, our whole existence more and more dependent on the depth dimension. See, the more we move into the higher dimensions of the cosmos, the more of a transformation we will see in our own daily life. When we just make a simple decision, I want to live on as depth dimension of the cosmos. I want to move towards space dimension of the cosmos, like Bhagavan Sadashivamurti, like Swamiji himself. You will see a shift in the way you interact with life. See, when we are stuck with the gross, length dimension is the most gross. It is like trying to change the shape of a matter. The subtler we go, it is like trying to change the shape of a liquid. Even subtler depth is like gas. But space is like changing the very molecular structure, changing the very blueprint of the cosmos that is causing it as a matter. The energy behind the happening of matter. That's why Swamiji says, for power manifestation, you are changing that avyakta within you and it just manifests in the vyakta. So let us enter into the power manifestation session. In today's power manifestation, we'll be continuing with the power of length dimension, where we'll be able to cognize anything under the logical way of the cosmos. See, now you may think, what's the use if I want to find out the height of a waterfall? I already know it logically, or I can just Google it and I'll find it immediately. I can do a Google Lens and I can find it. But what is this? It's saying that anything length dimension is under your control. Swamiji has revealed what is length in the macrocosmic level is what is verbalization or imagination in the microcosmic level. What this power does is it gives us the power over our own verbalization. Anything we speak will have power. Anything we imagine will have power. When we master the length dimension, we just know how to modify our verbalization and change the length dimension of the cosmos. So I request all of you to settle down and be ready for this round of power manifestation, where we will be manifesting this greater science, the power of length dimension, by initially starting with scanning the height of a waterfall. Okay? So I'll be projecting now the image of a waterfall for all of you. Each of you are going to be connecting to Swamiji and looking in, chanting the Mahavakya to see exactly what is the height this waterfall. If anything else Swamiji is revealing to you, the colors, shapes, go ahead and names of the place, the location, you can go ahead and post that also.
Paramashivoham. Om
Go ahead and post your answers now. I request all of you to go ahead and post what it is Swamiji showed you in your third eye before we verify this round of manifestation. Okay, as you can see here now, you'll see the answer. The exact answer is that this is the Bangkok Diaton Falls. It's actually either called the Bangkok Falls or the Diaton Falls. It's in Hanoi, Vietnam. It's 30 meters or 98 feet tall. So this is the waterfall that the height of the waterfall is 98 feet or 30 meters. That's the height of this waterfall. So I hope all of you enjoyed this session, this round of power manifestation also. We will now be entering into the next session, the next powerful cognitions directly from Swamiji himself. We have learned about the unit of the Jiva, of the self, the unit of the Jagat, of the world, the 11 dimensions. It's time we learn about the unit of the Ishvara, of Paramashiva himself. The Panchakritya, the 5 acts of Paramashiva, of creation, sustenance, destruction, delusion, liberation. Swamiji says God is only generation, operation, destruction. But Sadashiva, Paramashiva is Godel. How? Let us listen to directly from Swamiji himself right now.
The 11 dimensions of the universe, 25 states of consciousness, and then 5 aspects of Sadashiva, supreme reality, Ishvara, creation, operation, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Please understand, supreme cannot be just God, generator, operator, destroyer. Please understand, the supreme as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva, cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only 3 aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major 2 aspects of life unfortunately was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the 4 dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. G-O-D-D-E-L. Godel. Listen. Whenever science or technology grows, the scientists and people who are expert in that field need to contribute right word. They need to support the language also to explain the concepts. English is learning spirituality, Sanatana Hindu Dharma first time. So let's contribute some good words. English is learning Sanatana Hindu Dharma from the source, I think first time. So God-el should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in, the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas, cannot be translated as God, God, used in Western theologies. Understand these 5 aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this 5 is only the manifest form of God-el, Sadashiva. Paramashiva introduces himself how he is manifesting to teach Agama as Sadashiva. As Sadashiva, he manifests with 5 heads, 10 hands, teaches Agama. Through these 5 heads, he does these 5 actions. Manifestation, it's called Srishti, manifestation. Then Sthiti, sustenance. Then Samhara, rejuvenation. Then Trobhava, pulling out of delusion. Then Anugraha, liberation. Listen. Listen carefully. Sthiti. Sthiti means maintenance. The first action is Srishti. Second is Sthiti. Third, Sthiti means maintenance. First, Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, maintenance or sustenance. Samhara, rejuvenation or dissolving or destruction, whatever word you want to use. Samhara, literally the word Samhara means transformation, rejuvenation, it one becoming another. So listen carefully. Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, maintenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Trobhava, pulling out of delusion. Anugraha, liberation. Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. These are the 5 phases. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha or Adhomuha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 faces as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 faces he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases. I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, Pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities. To clean the collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, Trobhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level,
you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Throbhava, delusion in the Pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, Anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nityananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all this deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. Paramashiva does 5 actions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion, and liberation. First 4, creation, he does by sitting in Brahmaloka. As a Brahma he manifests and creates. Maintenance, he does by lying down in Paramapada as Parandama. Rejuvenation he does as Maharudra in Kailasa, from Kailasa itself. Putting in delusion he does through many of his forms like Bhikshadana, all those forms he took just to put people in delusion. Liberation. For liberation, he always comes down to planet Earth. He has to assume human form. The form he assumes for liberation is Guru. Keeping liberation as a predominant activity, the form he assumes is Guru.
Nityanandam, to all the participants, welcome back. As we are entering into a beautiful process to cognize the Panchakritya, the 5 actions of Paramashiva that give us mastery over life. Swamiji has revealed very beautifully about these Panchakritya, 5 acts. When you realize that you are the source of them, you achieve. Just knowing these itself gives you mastery over life. Swamiji says the existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up the principle of creation, principle of sustenance, principle of rejuvenation, principle of delusion, and principle of liberation in your own existence. Just the decision to own up. It is me doing the Panchakritya of Paramashiva in my own life. I am the Sadashiva of my life. See, Swamiji says as Sadashiva, he manifests with 5 heads 10 hands and teaches the agamas. The 5 heads, he does the 5 actions. Manifestation called as Srishti. Sthiti, sustenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Trobhava, pulling out of delusion. And Anugraha, ultimate liberation. Whatever is happening in the cosmos is the 5 activities of Sadashiva is happening in your life by the presence of your will. Constantly you are generating something, you are sustaining something, you are destroying something, you are constantly deluded about something, and you are liberated constantly about something. The actions of Paramashiva, of Sadashiva in the macrocosm, in the microcosm. Take a minute and look at this. Pen down 3 examples of the Panchakritya you are doing in your lifestyle. So you can see the action of creation. In the macrocosm, planets are getting created. In the microcosm, words are getting created, energy getting created, words, emotions. Like this, pen down 3 examples for each of the Panchakrityas. 3 examples where you are manifesting in your life, 3 examples where you are sustaining in your life, 3 examples where you are destroying or rejuvenating in your life. 3 examples you're pulling yourself out of delusion, and 3 places where you are liberating yourself. anywhere you're finding difficulty in finding an example, you're not able to understand some aspect of these, please feel free to go ahead. Request all of you, do not hesitate, just post in the chat so that I can help you understand further these states of consciousness, these various panchakritya actions that Paramashiva is doing. So of the panchakritya you have written down, the five actions, 3 examples of each, how many of them are going in the right direction? See, we can do panchakritya in any direction. We can create good things in our life, we can create bad things in our life. How much of your panchakritya is going in that right direction? The whole Charya Pada, Shivanga Veda, is nothing but you deluding yourself as Sadashiva till you realize yourself. See, when you do the Charya Pada, dressing as Paramashiva, that is deluding yourself that you are Paramashiva, but in the right direction. It is self-delusion in the right direction. The Basma, Jata, Rudraksha, having Paramashiva as part of your name. It's a powerful spiritual delusion that leads to liberation. So like this, look in at the examples, the 3 examples you've written. How many of them are happening in the right direction towards liberation, towards enlightenment, and how many of it is actually binding you more? Now, let us, with this decision, with this insight, when we understand how Panchakritya, the acts we are doing, see, even destruction, are we doing it in the right direction or the wrong direction? Are we destroying our health? Are we destroying our wealth? Are we destroying our happiness? Are we destroying our Paramashivatva, rejuvenating it? Or are we rejuvenating? Are we rejuvenating our patterns? Are we destroying our patterns, our incompletions, our lower identity? Whenever destruction happens in the wrong direction, it is destruction. And whenever destruction happens in the right direction, it is rejuvenation. So, like this, with this cognition now, let us manifest powers. For each one of you, I have the next round of the power of the length dimension ready, where we are going to be scanning the height of the waterfall. Each of you are going to be connecting to Swamiji, connecting to Paramashiva, and exactly scanning, chanting the Mahavakya to scan what the height of this waterfall right now is. Just chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji. See, don't let your logic come in. Whatever Swamiji shows to you in your inner space, only that you're going to write and share.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now slowly relax. Let us now post all our answers, what it is Swamiji is showing you. What is it Swamiji showed each and every one of you as the height, maybe the location, the name of this waterfall, anything Swamiji showed you, you can go ahead and post it. So as you can see here, the answer is Doodh Sagar Falls in Goa, India. That is actually this falls that is called as Doodh Sagar Falls in India. I request all of you to verify your answers with the exact numbers which are there as a part of this falls. So it is 310 meters or 1017 feet with an average width of 30 meters, 108 feet. Oh, sorry, 100 feet. So that is the size of this waterfall. So even if the one number is right, celebrate it because Swamiji has manifested, Paramashiva has manifested in you. Now, let us further understand these Panchakrityas, how not only they are happening in our life, it is us who is doing it. We just need to own up and you will manifest your life the way you want it to be. So let us listen to these powerful cognitions now directly from Swamiji himself.
Now I'll explain to you from my experience my 4 images. The inner image I have about me. Once I try to check what exactly I feel about me. When I looked inside, I saw that shunyatva means everything is. That isness is what I feel as me. Listen. The vast isness. That is what I feel as me inside me. That is my inner image. How I project myself to others, all of you. The person who is here to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call me as a teacher, guru, incarnation, enlightened being. That is up to you. As per your experience. If you experience my teachings, you can consider as teacher. If you experienced my initiation, you can consider as guru. If you experienced my energy, you can consider as enlightened being. If you experienced my miracle powers in your life, you can consider as incarnation. It's up to you. But I project myself as a being who is here to transmit this experience to you. This isness, vastness, we can call as Atma, Paramatma, soul, consciousness, God, whatever word you want to use. This is my outer image. How others perceive me. Some people perceive me as teacher. Some people say, you may want to give enlightenment, but we want only our headache healing. Heal my headache. Solve my problem between me and my spouse. Heal my son. Give me wealth. Understand? Anything you ask within the purview of the energy of enlightenment. Even though I have not told directly that I will give you, See, I declare, I am here to give you that enlightenment, that easiness experience. Even though I have not told directly that I will heal your headache, back pain, relationship problems, even though I have not told directly, if you expect, I am responsible for it. Because if somebody can give enlightenment, surely he can heal your headache. Because for enlightenment, if I have to give you 1000 volt energy, spiritual energy, to remove your headache, I have to give only 0.5 volt energy. To bless you with wealth, I have to give you only 0.1% energy. To heal your relationship problems, I have to give you only 0.1% energy. Listen. Length, when it becomes intense to the level it cannot be experienced just as a length, it jumps into the dimension of breadth. Like if you keep line, infinite number of lines, then it cannot be measured, understood just by one length. It, by its very reproduction, understand? Reproduction is survival need. Anything which is alive has to be reproducing itself. Otherwise, it will not be alive. It's law of life. It is one of the fundamental law of constant, nitya. Easiness expands. So the easiness of the length, when it becomes infinity, it cannot be any more cognized just by one idea of length. It gives birth to the next dimension of itself called breadth. Understand? I'll repeat. Just imagine one thread, 1 meter thread. You call that as a length. By its nature, it is becoming multiple number of 1 meter thread. So, when it becomes infinite number of 1 meter threads, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, what happens? It cannot be measured, cognized, understood anymore by this one dimension called length. So it gives birth to its next dimension, breadth. So all the threads are kept. So now length and breadth is formed. Now, because of its very nature of existence as a survival need, the length and breadth, both of them are continuously giving birth, multiplying. Understand? Even if you are a sannyasi, only when you reproduce more sannyasis, means making more people sannyasis, you are living sannyas life. Otherwise you are not sannyasi. Be very clear. Anything by its survival easiness has to reproduce and expand. If you are a man, you are going to reproduce another human being. If you are sannyasi, naturally you will be producing the consciousness of sannyas in so many people's life, and so many will becoming sannyasi. How many become sannyasis is the proof of your integrity to sannyas. Understand? This is law of life. Success for a normal grihastha is what he achieves. For a sannyasi, success is what he inspires others to achieve. So, only if you are intensely making more people sannyasis, you are really in the easiness of sannyas. Otherwise, maybe you will be sannyas, not is sannyasi. The easiness multiplies by its existence. So the length by its easiness multiplies. When the multiplication breaks a point, it gives birth to the next dimension, length and breadth. Then these two go on multiplying. They give birth to the third dimension, means tons and billions of 1 meter thread kept. So length gives birth to breadth, and length and breadth multiplying gives birth to depth. Understand this example? This is the way the dimensions manifest and gives birth to the next dimension. Length gives birth to breadth. Length and breadth together give birth to depth. And length, depth together give birth to time. That is why I am saying time is not linear. There is no past, present, future. There is only time. What you perceive now as your experience, like you are inhaling and exhaling, you call as present. What you can recollect from your stored memory, you call as past. What you expect or hope inside your head, you call as future. Understand? That is why I am saying 99% of us live 99% of our life inside our head. So keep it worthy to live. No shit inside the head. No shit in the stomach and no shit in the head. Time is not linear. Time is not linear and time does not move. The measuring scales should not be equated to content. Liter is a measuring method, but you cannot say 1 liter milk is 1 liter. No. Milk, the content. Liter is measuring mechanism, methodology. So minute, hour, day, week, month, this is measuring methodology. Do not be deluded by attributing measuring methodology to the content. So I will use two different words. Time is a measuring methodology. Kala is the content. Now, person who understood Kala does not move. Does not move. No past Kala, no present Kala, no future Kala. Kala, that's all. The measurements used to measure time, like how we have measurements meter, liter, kilogram. How the different measuring methods are there, same way, second, minute, hour, day, week, month, year. All this are just measuring methods. Listen. Measuring methods should not be misunderstood as the content itself. Content time does not move. If you see in the screen now, it shows as if I am moving, but I am not moving. Just the backdrop is moved front and back. Same way, for the sake of measuring, we created unit of time. Second, hour, day, week, month, year. Based on that, you call something as a past, present, future. Based on that, you come to a deluded idea, time is moving. No. No. There are some understanding all of us have. It should be called as the social understandings or social law or law of the country. How much a social law is true only for that society, law of the land, the country is only true for that country. Same way, I should say, there are something universally human beings, all human beings accept. Maybe to that level, time idea can be accepted. Like a second, minute, hour, day. This is accepted the whole globe by all human beings. So, you can use this to understand about time, but don't be deluded. Time is actually linear and moving. No. Understand? Collective human understandings are not cosmic reality. So, Kala is the purer version of isness. I-S. Isness. Purer version of isness. See, these dimensions, length, breadth, depth, time, space. Next to space is Nitya. Nitya is the sixth dimension. Then after that, Nadakala, Bindukala, all the other, totally 11 dimensions. The 11th is the Paramashiva Swarupa, Paramashiva, Paramashivatva, Paramashiva, ultimate. The sixth dimension, Nitya, is isness. That isness's purest, almost 90% isness is space. I should say 80% isness is Kala, time. Alright, time is a poor word, but anyhow, I am using it. Kala. Not the unit of time, time. So be very clear.
The whole humanity knows only unit of time, but not time itself. You may know the liter, but not about the milk. Don't misunderstand the measuring unit into measured content. The delusion of thinking, the measured content in the language of measuring unit led to the confusion that time is linear and it has past, present, future. Forget about it. Time is. It is neither static nor linear. It is existentially functioning. Life is not alive just inside your body, in your every action, in your every decision, and its impact on the others' world. That is why when you can impact more people, you feel more alive. Listen. Kala is existentially alive when length grows exponentially, it gives birth to breadth. When breadth grows exponentially, it gives birth to the dimension depth. When breadth, depth grows exponentially, it gives birth to the dimension kala. And when breadth, depth, kala, all of them grow exponentially, they give birth to space, dimension. Quality of the isness is ananda, and the quality of ananda is sharing. Understand? The quality of isness, nitya, is ananda. Anything which is in you is always celebrates its existence. Somebody was asking me, what is exactly isness, Swamiji? Other than your body, what you think as is. See, you think your body, you are your body. And there are something more you think you are. Because many times when you feel depression, you feel you are your mind. Excited, you feel you are your mind. So it is not that you feel you are only body. You feel many things are you. Other than your body, whatever you think as you, that is called your isness. And that isness, in its core, is excitement, bliss. And anything which is and which is bliss expands its existence. Even when you are depressed, you are enjoying your depression. Understand? Be very clear. You are enjoying your depression. You may have your own reasons. Listen to this one truth. Enjoying your depression, you will reproduce more depressed people. If you are enjoying your isness, you will reproduce more isness. If you are enjoying your sannyas, you will reproduce more sannyasis. That's it. Isness celebrates its existence, and anything which celebrates its existence reproduces by its very nature. Principle of existence of Ishvara is owning up
owning up for the creation principle you created, sustenance principle you created, destruction principle you created, delusion principle you created, liberation principle you created. Just see your life. I will start teaching you from Pindanda, your life, so you understand this. Owning up is the Adhomukha. Sixth phase means the unmanifest phase of Paramashiva. Understand? First, understand what you created. Please understand, only if you are in a Paramashanta Swarupa, you will own up for what you created. You have created so many wonderful things, understand? The mechanism which converts blood into blood, which is functioning inside your body, you created. Nobody else created, you created. You learnt the science from cosmos and you created. Understand one thing. The greatest creation in the known universe is human body and you created yours. Anybody who owns up that you created your body will manifest the power of altering it, healing it, updating it, upgrading it. All the powers related to altering, manipulating, upgrading, awakening, healing, powers related to body. So, if you want to manifest the powers related to your body, bring this cognition and own up for what you created. I tell you. For example, if you have a fatty liver, sit with your liver and say, yes, I created it. What for I created? Did I put myself in some delusion and allowed this to be created? Or did I actively cooperate and created this? What for I created this fatty liver? Just see, I tell you, owning up starts healing. And I tell you, fatty liver is such a simple problem. You just need to tell your stomach, hey, can you burn little more? I'll give you mantra as the feed material. You can use any mantra. You see, in Vedagamic tradition, any mantra described in Vedas and Agamas can be used. And use that mantra to awaken the Jadaragni, fire in the stomach, ability to be in Nirahara Samyama. Means when that patterns are demanding food and it is flashing the pizza photograph in front of your eyes, or you are doing Nirahara Samyama, but within 24 hours in the dream you are having a full feast, and then you feel, what is this? What kind of a life? I am not even able to eat. What for I am yearning? What for I am alive? What for? This is injustice. Hey, you being brainwashed to eat all the shit and junk and filthy food-like products continuously and fall sick is the real brainwashing happening to you. Nirahara is not brainwashing you, it is stomach washing you, detoxing you. I am only asking, go for healthy juicing for few days. When the patterns are pushing and demanding, aggressively forcing you to eat, and you being in Paramashanta Swarupa and managing Nirahara is a power, conscious power. When the tamas, inertness, dullness, Mudevi, we should not even give the title Devi for it. Inertness, tamas is pushing you to the bed. And depression, literally sulking and sucking your energy. You waking up and deciding to do yoga and start doing is a power. How much ever abuses, attacks, injustice, pains you may feel in your life, but sitting and connecting with Paramashiva and doing puja is a power, conscious power, conscious resources. Understand? You would have manifested so many conscious resources. Own up for it. When you own up, what you manifested, what you created, what you are sustaining, what you are destroying, and how you were deluded and where you are still deluded, and how you need to get yourself out of delusion, and where all you have liberated yourself, where you need to further liberate yourself. Just own up. Owning up is the Atomukha, unmanifest face of Paramashiva, which is revealed only to yogis. Whoever owns up is yogi. Whoever does not own up is bohi. Whoever feels others are responsible, putting the onus on others, is rohi. Who does not even think about this owning up is shogi. When you own up, spontaneous, miraculous, immediate transformation starts in your life. Understand? If you are tired, bored, feeling overloaded, overwhelmed, own up that. Own up that. Own up. Owning up is the secret of Ishwaratva. One beautiful thing in your life is, if you own up now, even the past is recreated. Understand? Even the past is recreated, because past is not dead as you think. Past tense is dead, but past is not dead. Future tense is yet to manifest, but future is not yet to be manifested. Future is as much as happened as past. Past is as much as yet to happen as future. Future tense is will be. Past tense was. But past was not was. Past is. Future tense is will be. Future itself is not will be. Future is. Past, present, future is. Past tense was. Future tense will be. But past, present, future is. Tatata. Nitya
Nityatva, easiness. Paramashiva Jnana, the ultimate revelation. From the space of Paramashiva, just settle down and sit with Paramashanta Swarupa and look around. Don't be afraid. That is the first thing. Understand you have amazing resources. As I said yesterday, death is a conscious resource you have. You need to know, once you have manifested human body, the whole science of manifesting human body is in your biomemory. You already have the technology, methodology of manifesting human body as part of your consciousness. Nobody can take it away. Unless you decide human life is too much of torture, let me not create human body, nobody else can stop you creating human body. That is the beauty of Paramashiva's existence, compassion, grace. Owning up. When you sit and start owning up from Paramashanta Swarupa, you will see 25 heads of Paramashiva starts operating in you also. And you will know what to manifest, what to sustain, what to destroy, and what to put in delusion, how to get yourself out of delusion, and from what you are liberated, from which you need to liberate yourself more. That's it. That's all. Nothing else. This owning up is the sixth phase of Paramashiva. Unmanifest, avyakta, adhomukha, ajomukha, antimatter. All those words show the owning up phase of Paramashiva. When you own up, you are Ishvara. I want all my disciples to come to the Paramashiva space of Paramashanta Swarupa and own up. Yes, what we manifested, what we are sustaining, what are we destroying or rejuvenating, what is the components where we put ourselves in delusion and where all we need to pull ourselves out of delusion. What all we already achieved liberation, where all we need to achieve liberation. Tatpurusha Ishana, Satyojata Vamadeva Agora. When you own up, you are Paramashiva, you are Ishvara. If you own up your life, you become Ishvara for you, Atmeshvara. If you own up, a group of people their lives, own up for them, you become Kulapati. If you own up for a mandala, zone, for their life, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up responsibility for a Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. I tell you, I want all my disciples to take it very seriously. All my sannyasi disciples, take this as spiritual lesson. Gurukul Balasans, take this as a spiritual lesson. Today, you will all become Atmeshwara for yourself. Yes. These are all the places I manifested as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not manifest as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I sustained myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not sustain myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I rejuvenated myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not rejuvenate myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I pulled myself out of delusion as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I missed and put myself in delusion even though Swamiji warned me. These are all the places I liberated myself as Swamiji taught me. These are all the places I missed it even though Swamiji taught me. Bring that understanding and own up. If you own up today, you will become Atmeshwara, Ishwara for yourself today. This is the way in Kailasa. You become Atmeshwara first, Ishwara for yourself. Then you become Ishwara for few people, Kulapati. Then you become Ishwara for a zone, Mandaleshwara. Then you become Ishwara for Mahamandala, larger zone, Mahamandaleshwara. Helping people to own up is making them become Ishwara for themselves. Help yourself to become Atmeshwara and help everyone around you to become Ishwara for their life, and go on helping more and more and more people to become Ishwara for their life, Ishwara for themselves. I tell you, it is the way you own up, your life is decided. Don't think whole. Don't plan to become Ishvara for the whole universe. Immediately first become Ishvara for your life, Atmeshwara. Once you are successful, in few days actually you will be successful. I tell you, it's not that even for your own life you should become Ishvara 100%. No. If you just understand that knack and methodology and cognize it, that's enough. That same principle you can start applying tomorrow itself. Then you can start becoming Kulapati. Then you can start becoming Mandaleshwara. Then you can start becoming Mahamandaleshwara. But start from Atmeshwara. Don't plan to start becoming Mahamandaleshwara first.
First Atmeshwara, owning up, then step by step by step. Whoever decides to own up become gods of Kailasa. Whoever tries to put the blame on others manifests so much of delusion and violence, they become demons, Rakshasas. Understand, Vegaha, Sanyoga, Visesha Virodhi. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. One side gods, other side demons will exist forever. But if you sit in Paramashanta Swarupa and start owning up, you will become Ishvara beyond these two, action and reaction. You will become Paramashiva, Parameshwara, beyond action and reaction. Owning up is the master key. Absolutely being clear about your existence and not accumulating anything which is not relevant for you is aparigraha. I am not saying don't acquire what is directly relevant to your existence. Have a comfortable life. Just decide not to accumulate things which are not relevant to your life. That's all. You will have aparigraha. The first step of aparigraha will start happening. If you just disown what you really don't need to run your life, your existence. Oh, someday it may be needed for me. That is where the delusion creeps in. Delusion creeps in. What is not needed for you, decide to disown. I just know what is the freedom I need. I don't need freedom to walk around in the mall. I may need freedom maximum to walk in the beach in the evenings in Paramashanta Swarupa, in the space of Paramashiva Samadhi. Being in the Samadhi, if it is the time when the moon will be bright, like from Dvatasi of Shukla Bhaksha to Panjami of Krishna Bhaksha, I just know what is my freedom, what is the freedom I need. So I choose my life that way and I plan my life that way. So I feel I am absolutely liberated, free. No one can touch my freedom, my liberation. I create the liberation I wanted. I create the life I wanted. I sustain the life I wanted. I destroy the things which I don't want and rejuvenate and manifest as I wanted. I pull myself out of delusion wherever the delusion tries to be pushed on me, or wherever the delusion gets engaged or entertained, and I liberate myself more and more the way I want. So I own up. I become Ishvara for my life. And I teach everyone to become Ishvara for your own life. Understand? Each of the creative aspects of life
love added to your system leads to enlightenment, leads to liberation, leads to more and more joy, bliss. You need to know life as such is beautiful, absolute Paramashiva. Understand? Whether the air you are breathing in or the people happening in the life is absolutely beautiful. You just need to know what you need to manifest, what you need to sustain, what you need to rejuvenate, what you need to pull out of delusion, what you need to liberate. That's it. Owning up is key. I will make this principle, truth, as a reality to all my disciples and devotees who declare their integrity to me today. This is my gift to my disciples and devotees. Understand this truth. Change in your life can be drastic and absolute. The transformation can be spontaneous and complete the moment you own up. Owning up is Ishwaratva.
Basically, so after that beautiful session, the powerful cognitions directly from Swamiji himself on how owning up makes you realize the easiness of life, right? It is just a simple act of owning up for life, of owning up that gives you the experience of how life actually is. How is the reality dimension of Paramashiva? So I request all the participants now to take a few minutes and post your understandings, your powerful cognitions. What is it that you understood as you are listening to these greater powerful cognitions directly from Swamiji himself? Just play this slide. Just look in and see where all in your life you're able to see that owning up is the key towards success. Just owning up is all is necessary for you to start perceiving life as it is. See, many times what we perceive as life is not the reality of how the life exists. But when we own up for life, when we decide to take responsibility, that is when we start perceiving, cognizing life as it is happening. So just take a few moments and cognize this, understand how this is happening in your life. Just how that tatata, that easiness of life is more than powerful enough to make you cognize what you need to cognize. Just by owning up to the easiness of life, to the Panchakritya, makes us the Ishvara of our own life. That is the sacred secret that Swamiji has revealed to each and every one of us. See, the quality of your easiness is ananda, is blissful. Even when you are depressed, you are enjoying your depression. You may have your own reasons. By enjoying your depression, you will only reproduce more depressed people. If you are enjoying your easiness, you will reproduce more easiness. Easiness celebrates its existence, and anything which celebrates its existence reproduces by its very nature. Now take a few minutes to look into your life. Pen down what is it that you are reproducing in your life. What type of health conditions, relationships, wealth situations, jobs, what is the thing you are constantly reproducing again and again in your own life?
Nityanandan, to all the participants, I hope all of you are done writing the first exercise. Now, the next topic is all participants now. Decide to own up. Understand, Swamiji says, anyone who owns up manifests powers. For example, if you have a fatty liver, sit and say, I created. What for I created it? Owning up starts healing. So, request all participants now. Look back to each step of the aspects you have penned on in step 1 and analyze why you have manifested what you have manifested. Understand, Swamiji says, the space of Tathata is nothing but owning up for the Panchakrityas, owning up for the 5 actions of Paramashiva, which you are doing in your life. When you own up for whatever is happening in your life, you start healing. So, request all participants now, look into every aspect in your life and analyze why you have created what you have created. If you have any questions, any doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. So, request all participants now, sit and analyze. Decide to own up for your manifestation. Pen down, analyze why you have created what you have created. I hope all participants done right. Now, the next step is from this, can you consciously own up for your manifestation? Consciously own it up. To understand, existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up to the principles of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion means putting yourself in delusion and liberation in your existence. Now, consciously own up your creation. Decide to become Atmeshwara by taking responsibility for your creation. Now, request all participants now list down all the areas that you have penned down, how you're going to take responsibility for it. For example, you are creating unhealthy lifestyle. Now look at your life and see why you are gaining with this suffering. What were you gaining with this suffering in your health? Maybe you are able to escape from a certain responsibility, but look in and see, own up to your life. Consciously decide to sit and bring responsibility in your health. You can add a few hours of yoga, pranayama, healthy organic food, 21 minutes of stretching with responsibility. Prepare your schedule. Now, request all participants now pen down how you are going to consciously own up life in 5 more dimensions. Understand? Swamiji says, the moment you decide to own up for all the responsibilities, when you decide to own up for whatever manifestations Swamiji is doing through you, for what is happening in your life, you will see you start manifesting the life as you want, as simply by owning up to it. You can manifest life here. So, because all participants now decide to own up and create a Satya Sankalpa. How are you going to add 5 more dimensions into your life? In the aspect of health, what are the 5 more dimensions you're going to add to improve your health? What are the 5 more dimensions of wealth which you're going to improve it? So, because all participants now decide to consciously own up for your creations. Nityananda, to all participants once again. That was a very beautiful session Swamiji gave on the Tata. Understand? I request all participants now. Any manifestations in your life, decide to consciously own it. As when you consciously own up for the manifestations in your life, you'll just see how life starts manifesting for you. As you are Paramashiva, you are the source of your life, you are the creator of your life. Once you realize this, you'll see simply you'll be able to manifest anything you want in your life. With that beautiful understanding, let us now move ahead to the power manifestation. So, for all the participants, I have a question for all of you for today's length dimension. So, request all participants now to close their eyes. Remember Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, intensely, chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now, for all participants. Now, a picture is going to be projected. A picture of a waterfall is going to be projected for all of you. I request all participants now to ask Swamiji to reveal you the height of this waterfall. Ask Swamiji to reveal you what is the height of this waterfall as you are connecting in oneness with Swamiji. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. I request all participants now to, and all the viewers is watching us live right now, to please post what was Swamiji showing you. What did Swamiji reveal you on the height of the waterfall? So request all participants to post. What was Swamiji showing? It's fine. Just post it exactly there. What was Swamiji showing you? Post it there. Request all participants to post. Where is this waterfall located, and what's the height of this waterfall? Okay, yes. So now for all the participants, let's now verify the answers. So the waterfall which is being projected for all of you is actually, this waterfall is located in Malaysia. It's called the Kanching waterfalls, and it is located in Selangor, Malaysia. And the height of this waterfall is 280 meters. 280 meters is the height of this waterfall. So I request all participants now to go ahead and start verifying your answers. How many of you manifested this round? So now, with that beautiful manifestation, understand, we're now going to be entering the next session. For this session, actually, Swamiji has revealed very beautifully on Now all of us understood the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva. How the creation is happening, how the sustenance is happening, how the rejuvenation is happening, how the through bhava, fully in delusion is happening, and the liberation is happening. Now, Swamiji says in Hinduism, there's different schools of philosophy. One is the Advaitic way, where you feel you're one with everything. Second is the Dvaita way, where you are supreme, God is supreme. And next is Paramadvaita way, where only He exists as the first person. Let us now listen from Swamiji, the Panchakrityas from the angle of a Paramadvaita.
Today, I am giving you the core truths of Sadashiva, the biology of enlightenment, discovering your highest potential from the viewpoint of Shad Darshana, means Purva Mimamsa and Uttara Mimamsa. Shiva's five major aspects: creation, sustenance, regeneration, delusion, liberation. These five aspects, you can connect these five aspects from Dvaita, Visishta Dvaita and Advaita angles. Understand? From the angle of Dvaita, understanding creation, understanding sustenance, understanding rejuvenation, understanding delusion, understanding liberation. From angle of Visishtadvaita, understanding creation, understanding sustenance, understanding rejuvenation, understanding delusion, understanding liberation. From the angle of Advaita, understanding creation, understanding sustenance, understanding regeneration, understanding delusion, understanding liberation. Really, you will find crores temples, lakhs of monasteries, thousands of gurus, but only very few incarnations. When you find an enlightened being's love, when you are fortunate enough to taste and get to be around the enlightened being, don't miss the amazing possibilities, the amazing space can happen in you, the amazing depth which can happen in you. Please understand, allow the Master's love to work inside you with joy, with love, with cooperation. Training becomes much easier and simple, straightforward,
When you celebrate Master's presence, he also celebrates your presence. Understand? When you celebrate Master's presence, he also celebrates your presence. When you allow the Master's love fill you, when you allow yourself to be soaked in his love, in his presence, it fills you and overflows through you as a love for the Master. Please understand. When the love of the Master gets poured in you and turns into the love for the Master and connects back with him, you are enlightened. Now nothing more is there in you which you can call as you. When the circle is complete, you are complete, he is complete. That is what I call Advaita Swarupa, the Advaita. When you are experiencing love of the Master, it is Visishtadvaita. When you are experiencing love for the Master, it is Dvaita. When the circle is complete, it is Advaita. When you are experiencing love of the Master, it is Visishtadvaita, means you are part of the whole. He makes you feel so complete. You feel you are part of the whole. That is exactly the truth of Visishtadvaita. You are part of the whole. All of you listen. I was revealing some of the most important, powerful understanding about the whole cosmic knowledge system. First, Purva Mimamsa, which reveals about the beings of higher lokas. Uttara Mimamsa, which is science, to relate with them, to manifest them in your life. In this higher loka beings, major 6 like Ganapati, Subramanya, Paramashiva Shakti, Paramashiva, Parandama, Surya, Shanmata, and 3 system of philosophy: Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, Advaita. And through each of these philosophies, you can relate with each God. That creates the multiple sampradayas in Hinduism. And Paramashiva is 5 aspects: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, evolution, liberation. These 5 you can approach from the angle of Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, Advaita. This understanding, each one you please type what you understood from this few-minute introduction. Then I will take you to the next step and give you the deepest clarity, sakshatkara. Oh, listen. Listen intensely, sincerely. Listen. When you are in Dvaita, God is separate, you are separate in that idea. How you look at the creation, how you look at the sustenance, maintenance process. How you look at rejuvenation, how you look at delusion, how you look at liberation. Contemplate deeply. Usually when you are in duality, Dvaita, you feel creation is real, as it is. Science are the greatest things for you. When I say E is not equivalent to MC square, so many people resisted, refuted, made fun. But now, from multiple sources, multiple people are establishing E is not equal to MC square. I am the first voice. After me, they all started. Go and see, Google. The first voice who declared E is not equal to MC square is me. I spoke from the ultimate truth of Vedic tradition. See, everything that exists, either it is 51% of intensity and 49% of the matter, or 51% of the matter, 49% of the intensity. Instead of matter, let me use the word intensity and continuity. See, everything that exists, either 1% extra intensity, 1% less continuity, or 1% extra continuity or 1% extra intensity. That is the only way a duality, dvandva, dvaita mind can perceive. But Advaitic mind only knows intensity and continuity does not have independent, separate existence. Intensity is intensity, continuity is continuity. Both are qualities of existence. Dualistic will see truth, will see maintenance as work, see rejuvenation as a death, will not have an idea about delusion, always will be afraid of anything unknown, will always have the greed for liberation. That's all. This is the way the duality, the Dvaitic mind works. Visishtadvaita mind comes little up. It looks at creation as not truth or reality. It needs to be explored. It is there, but we do not know fully about it. We need to explore. A Visishtadvaita mind will see maintenance not as a work, spontaneous. Happening, but not simultaneous. Listen. Spontaneous, but not simultaneous. Spontaneous, but one after another. That's the way Visishtadvaita mind sees it. But Advaitic mind sees maintenance as spontaneous and simultaneous and synergetic. A Visishtadvaita mind sees rejuvenation as a crossroad. It can either lead to destruction or rejuvenation. How you travel based on that. But Advaiti will see all rejuvenation, all samhara is rejuvenation because there is no destruction. About delusion, a Visishtadvaita mind will see it is like when you connect with source, you are out of delusion. When you move away from source, you are into delusion. But Advaitic mind knows delusion is a delusion is a delusion. How can you give easiness, existence to delusion? Yes. Now listen. Listen carefully. See, creation. A dual Dvaiti mind will see creation as reality, truth. A Visishtadvaiti mind will see not completely true, not completely false, need to explore. An Advaiti's mind will see this creation is experienced in my inner space. As it is seen externally, it does not have existence. Sustenance. About sthiti, maintenance. The Dvaiti will see it's a hard work, lot of work. Visishtadvaiti will see it's a spontaneous process, but not simultaneous. It's a spontaneous process, but happens one by one. Spontaneous, but not simultaneous. Advaiti will see maintenance, sthiti, as spontaneous and simultaneous. Same way, rejuvenation, samhara. Dvaiti will see samhara as death, end. And Dvaitis are always afraid of Rudra because they feel samhara is end, death. But Visishtadvaiti will see that as the exit, means like crossroad. You can either make it as rejuvenation or get destroyed, make it as destruction. But Advaiti will see all samhara only as rejuvenation because he knows there is no destruction possible in the existence. Next, delusion. A Dvaiti will see delusion as complete kind of a demon, devil, do not know what is happening. Oh, it is a hell, patala, all that, naraka, hell, all that kind of an idea. A Visishtadvaiti will see If you move away from source, you will fall into delusion. If you move near to the source, you will be liberated from delusion. And Advaiti will see delusion is delusion is delusion. How can you give easiness for delusion? How can you give existence for delusion? Liberation. Advaiti will see liberation as free from all these other creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, samhara, and delusion, free from all this load. It is just like a vacation, free from all stress. A Visishtadvaiti will see liberation as becoming one with his source, Paramatma. Dvaiti will see liberation as the outcome of knowledge. Liberation is not something to be achieved, it is the manifestation of knowledge. Now I am coming to the ultimate, Paramadvaita. How Paramadvaiti will see creation, how Paramadvaiti will see maintenance, how Paramadvaiti will see rejuvenation, how Paramadvaiti will see delusion, how Paramadvaiti will see liberation. Listen. Paramadvaiti sees the ultimate truth, creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation, everything is a spontaneous, simultaneous, synergetic existence the way Paramashiva exists and more. And Paramadvaiti knows Dvaita is also Satya, Visishtadvaita is also Satya, the Advaita is also Satya. At various frequencies, all these three are Satyas. By raising the frequency of the being, making them realize the Paramadvaita is the Parama Satya, ultimate Satya. Listen. Maybe what I am revealing now, if you make a table column, 5 means 5 aspects of Sadashiva: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, illusion, liberation. Satyo Jata Vamadeva Agora Tatpurusha Isana. And put how Dvaiti see, Vishishtadvaiti, Advaiti, and Advaiti see. If you make the column, you will see clear. Most of your problems are internal understanding. When these internal understandings are clear, life Leela, you just manage what you want. Having right understanding about the maintenance takes away all your tiredness and boredom. Multiple silly problems disappear.
Today, what I revealed is practically the whole Hinduism in a nutshell, in one tabular column. I'll make this as a realization in you all now through this initiation and darshan of Sadashiva. I'll make this as a sakshatkara in you all. Om, 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om, Om, Om.
Nityananda, to all participants once again. That was a very beautiful session. Swamiji spoke on how Paramadvaiti, Dvaiti, Advaiti will see the Panchakrityas. This is actually Swamiji says it's the Advaita, Dvaita, Vishishta, Dvaita, and Paramadvaita are the schools of Hinduism. See, a person who is Dvaiti will always think that he is separate, God is separate. Therefore, I worship the God. Swamiji very beautifully mapped this to Namah Shivaya, where I surrender to God. That is the thing for Dvaiti. Now for Advaiti, it is Shivoham, where he and Paramashiva are one and the same, but some corner of him in this inner space, he do feel it he is separate. But he feels that he is one with Paramashiva. That is Dvaiti. That is Advaiti, where Shivoham, you are Paramashiva. Now for Paramadvaiti, it is only Shiva. For Paramadvaiti, it is only instead for Paramadvaiti, it is only Shiva. Shiva. Where only he is there. Whereas only he is existing as the first person. So by understanding the Panchakrityas from the view, from the angle of Dvaiti, Vishishtadvaiti, Advaiti and Paramadvaiti, will let us to understand how to experience the ultimate Paramatma, ultimate Paramadvaita within yourself. So let us now understand deeper truths, what Swamiji is meaning by this. The Panchakrityas from the view of an Paramadvaiti. How does he see? How does he understand the Panchakrityas of Paramashivas in his life? So understand the Panchakrityas, the 5 actions of Paramashiva through Advaita, Dvaita and Vishishtadvaita. So understand, so now we have the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva, which is the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, and liberation. So now for all the participants, Advaiti will see this, oh, it's a creation. Because all participants, you can also draw this table in your notebooks, you'll understand how an Advaiti, how different sectors of Hinduism view the 5 actions of Paramashiva. So understand, from an eye of Dvaiti, reality and truth will be as it is. Yes. And because all participants suppose, as if you have any further questions, any doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. Okay. So now Advaiti, how he sees the creation aspect of Paramashiva. He sees the reality, truth as it is. For him, there's no thing as, oh, I'm the one who is creating. He says, okay, it's the creation, it is nature. For example, if there is a pot in front of you, he sees the reality as it is. He sees the pot as it is. He does not think, he does not see from the angle, oh, I am the one who is the creator of this pot. I am the source for this pot. No. He takes from the angle as it is, the reality. It is the pot. It is the creation. Now, how Advaiti sees a sustenance aspect of Paramashiva. Lots of hard work. For me to make this one pot, I have to get the clay, I have to get the wheel, I have to make the clay in such a way that it's wet, and then after it, I have to put the clay in the wheel, and the wheel has to be in rotation continuously, and I have to mold the clay while it's in rotation, form the shape of a pot. A lot of work. So in Advaita, we see the sustenance aspect of Paramashiva. I'm doing too much of work. I'm doing a lot of work in my life. Now, Advaiti, how he sees destruction of Paramashiva, the rejuvenation of Paramashiva, oh, it is getting destroyed. It is getting rejuvenated. Understand, Advaiti sees things as it is. As the fundamental cognition of deity is, God is separate, I am separate. Therefore, I surrender to God. So even the creation, even the understanding of all the Panchakrityas, understand the 5 components of Paramashiva will also change. This is all participants understanding. Now, how Advaiti will see the delusion aspect of Paramashiva. He sees it as, okay, I'm going through a lot of struggles. He sees it as, I'm experiencing a lot of problems, a lot of situations in my life. So understand, Advaiti will see the destruction aspect of Paramashiva, the rejuvenation aspect of Paramashiva as a destruction, death, hell, something which is taken away from him. Now the delusion aspect, how Advaiti sees the delusion. He sees no idea. afraid of, devil. Now, the liberation aspect of him, he thinks a vacation from all the stress and other aspects. So understand, this is how all of us are in a modern day. When we are out from, when you are gone for vacation, I'm free from everything. I can enjoy my life for at least for some time. That's how we see as reality, because that's how we see as the liberation. As we see, the world is separate and we are separate. The life which we are manifesting is separate and we are separate. So all participants understand. If you have any questions we doubt to have, do feel free to post in the chat section. Now let's see. Let us now understand how a Vishishtadvaiti will see this aspect. Now for creation, he sees it. It's not complete truth nor false. He needs to be explored. It needs to be explored. Now the sustenance aspect of him, he understands that something spontaneous happening, but not simultaneous. Now for him, rejuvenation will be crossroad. Either you can make it as rejuvenation or get destroyed. For him, delusion becomes, if you move away from source, you will fall into delusion. If you move near, then you're out of delusion. So always this double-minded. Now the liberation will be becoming one with source Paramatma. That is what how a Vishishtadvaiti will see. Now Advaiti, how he sees. Creation, it is his inner space. He sees creation as his inner space. Maintenance will be spontaneously and simultaneously happening. Understand? Even though Advaiti it is ultimate, but Paramadvaiti is the most ultimate. Rejuvenation for an Advaiti will be only as rejuvenation. As for him, destruction does not exist, as everything goes into him. For him, delusion will be delusion is a delusion is a delusion. How can it have any easiness, any existence for delusion? Now for liberation will be outcome. Manifestation of knowledge will be is liberation. Now for a Paramadvaiti, how he sees spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically existence the way Paramashiva exists. More and more knows Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita, Advaita are all Satya. Various frequencies, all these three are Satya. By raising the frequency of the being, making them realize the Paramadvaita is the Paramasatya, is the ultimate truth, is the angle of a Paramadvaita. So now I request all participants now, depend on how they experience the 5 aspects of Paramashiva happening in you. For example, you keep inspiration project. Maintenance is hard work. Now analyze yourself with the table given how you have been approaching life for. Hard work is an approach of an Advaiti, is a Dvaiti. Or if you feel like, okay, it is happening but not simultaneously, that will be Vishishtadvaiti. Well, The hard work and the outcome is happening simultaneously and spontaneously. Will be that often Advaiti. But for Paramadvaiti, he understands that everything he is the source. Everything, every manifestation is from him is the Paramadvaiti. So request all participants now analyze yourself. With which philosophy, with which way of life do you see yourself? With which way of life do you see how life is manifesting for you? How you are reacting to life? Look at and analyze yourself with the table given. Yes. With that beautiful understanding we get from the way of life. Understand? Now, all the participants, you do have a chance now to decide how you want to manifest life, how you want to see life. Decide to see it from the angle of a Paramadvaiti, where everything is happening spontaneously, synergetically, without any conflicts, without any incompletion. And realizing that that is the ultimate truth, ultimate Satya is the Paramadvaiti. Decide from this cognition that I'm going to look into my life like this. So, with that beautiful understanding we get, let's now enter into the power manifestation. So, all the participants will be now continuing to manifest the power of 10th dimension. So, request all participants now to close your eyes. Remember Swamiji in your inner space. Intensely. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant the Mahavakya intensely. Now, for all the participants, a waterfall is being projected. I request all participants now to ask Swamiji to reveal you what's the name of this waterfall and where it is located and what's the height of this waterfall. Understand? All of you now are accessing the length dimension of the cosmos. Your length dimension is connected, your logic is connected to the length dimension of the cosmos. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Drop all the fears, anything which is happening in your life, which is coming at this moment. Drop everything at Swamiji's feet and ask Swamiji to reveal you the height of this waterfalls. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes because all participants now and all the viewers to please reveal whatever Swamiji has shown you, whatever answer it is, exactly post it in the chat section. What is the answer for the waterfall picture which is being projected for all of you? Because all participants go ahead and post whatever Swamiji is showing. Mahanandeshwari, all the viewers who's watching us live on YouTube, I request you too to post whatever Swamiji is showing. Because all participants just exactly post whatever Swamiji is showing to you. Let's now verify the answers for all the participants. So the waterfall, which is being projected for all of you, it is located in Bali, Indonesia. This waterfall is named as the Fiji waterfalls. So the waterfall which is being projected for all of you, it's called the Fiji waterfalls, and it is located at Bali, Indonesia, and it is about 120 meters. So you can see over here all the participants, the beautiful Fiji waterfalls, which is located in Bali. So how many of you are able to see this? How many of you are able to get this number? Where if you're able to see around this range, where it's around 100, it's around 120. Because all participants to post. With that beautiful understanding we got from this session, Let's now enter into the next session. As in this session, we all of us learned about how a Paramadvaiti, how we see life as it is. So all of us understood that most of the time we see life as a Advaiti. So much of hard work, hardship, not having the ability to manifest what you want. And all of us realize that when we change our life from looking from the angle of Paramadvaiti, you can manifest life as you want. That is when you become the Paramashiva of your life. That is when you start manifesting, you understand that you are creating, you are sustaining, you are rejuvenating, you're putting in delusion, and you are liberating. The next session is actually a very important and exciting session for all participants where Swamiji is going to be mapping the 25 states of consciousness with the vertical time zones. So let us now enter into this exciting session revealed by Swamiji himself directly.
Listen carefully. Vedas have well documented 40,000 years constellations and the movements of the planets, well documented, 40,000 years document. The Jyotida Shastra and Sutras, Varahamihira, the father of the principles and principles, listen, principles are the theories and principles. Principle means the primordial source knowledge, the source core method in which the philosophy flows. Varahamihira and other Vedic masters precisely presented what science discovers now. That is why the description of the vertical time zones and lokas by the Vedas are factual and authentic, not stories or fairy tales. Be very clear. They are not fairy tales or some imaginations. They are not some fantasy or Harry Potter stories. No. They are not Harry Potter stories. They are Harry's Potts stories. Whatever known to the cosmos, known as the cosmos, to all of us. Listen carefully. Whatever is known as cosmos to all of us, now science is revealing more and more facts, discoveries about the cosmos. Whatever is known now and getting discovered, everything is elaborately described in Vedas and much more. Even now, science has no clue about the vertical time zones. Because Vedas have described this known cosmos to us clearly, their description about vertical time zones also is the truth. Please listen. Apart from the scriptural references, the truths revealed in scriptures, truths narrated detailed way in scriptures, my own experience not only my experience proves the existence of vertical time zone, I will go to the next step and say everything human beings are doing on this earth other than trying to have contact with vertical time zones and reach there, go and come. Everything else is a sheer waste. See how when children build castles in the mud, in the beach sand, how it is just sheer waste of time, because end of the day it is not going to be used. How it is sheer waste of time. Same way all the castles you build is sheer waste of time. You are not going to stay. Contacting vertical time zone, having glimpses of the vertical time zone, experience of the vertical time zone, having access to vertical time zone, preparing yourself to move into vertical time zone without cultural shock is the only productivity of life. Understand? Stop building castles in the sand. Stop building castles in the air. Start building castles in the space. Because that is where you are going to live for a long time. The castles in the sand, few hours. Castles in the air, your imaginations and your mental creativity. The castles you build in the air through your imagination may be useful for you for few years. Castles in the space. Castles in the space is the place for enjoying living long time. So listen carefully. Vertical time zones are true, and the consciousness you need to develop to reach the vertical time zones. I'll explain now. First thing you all need to know, for you to talk to a rich man, you need to have the confidence either you also have a wealth or you have the knowledge which the rich man does not have. So you need something to have a confidence, I tell you, to cross all these lokas and reach the highest loka. You need to have only one thing, that's a consciousness which can do right or wrong, which has the freedom. Listen carefully. Listen. Listen carefully. See, there are higher lokas and lower lokas. The only thing you actually need to move to all the higher lokas is your consciousness, which can do right or wrong out of its free will. All of you should know, Devatas cannot do anything wrong. Even what you describe as wrong, they cannot do. That is their problem. Demons, devils, the lower Graha, Rakshasas, they cannot do right. That is their problem. You should know, even great Rishis, if they want to go to Kailasa, means ultimate enlightenment, they have to come to planet Earth from Tapoloka. From planet Earth only they can move to Mahakailasa. They cannot directly go from Tapoloka to Mahakailasa. You can't say, oh, the fuel will be very less from there if they directly fly up. The travel will be less. No, they can't. You need consciousness, free will, which can do right or wrong out of your freedom to move to enlightenment zone, the highest planes. Sometimes people ask me, what's the difference between various states of consciousness and various planes of the universe? Understand? If you go to dream state and come back, what you see in the dream state, what others see in their dream state will not be same. Both of you may be sleeping in the same room, but when you go to dream, the world will be different. When he goes to dream, the world will be different. But conscious planes, the multi-dimension planes of the universe means like a Tapoloka, Satyaloka, Kailasa. If he gets into Kailasa and you get into Kailasa and come back, description will be same. The scene will be same. Listen carefully. The various states of consciousness is more like the subjective truths. Planes of the universe means subjective truth becoming reality in the universal plane. Understand? How? Now all of you experience the same in this Jakrat plane. This wall is same for all of you. This mic is same for all of you. The interpretations about the mic will be different. The knowledge about the wall will be different. Perception about the wall will be different, but wall is same. Understand? Truth is same. The facts you derive will be different. So this is the plane of Bhu. If you enter into the planes of Swa, Tapa, Satya, exploring those planes,
through the various states of consciousness, I should say, if we need to send the rocket to Mars, the fuel we need to fill is states of consciousness. If we need to reach Kailasa, we need to fill our being with Turyatita. The fuel is the states of consciousness. The place to reach, the plane, is those lokas. The superconscious DNA of Paramashiva, from the highest space, Maha Kailasa, the highest state of consciousness, Turyatita, Turyatita. I am adding that into you. Listen, I'll explain now. 14 worlds one side, 25 states of consciousness other side, and how you go through both. Listen intensely. I'll explain how you go through the 25 states of consciousness in 14 worlds. Both. Listen carefully. Sushupti is the lowest state. You go through in the lowest world. Sushupti means deep sleep, deep sleep. You go through that in Patala Loka. Turyatita, diagonal. You go through that in the Kailasa. Listen. You have please come to listening. I'll explain one by one, step by step. Logically, you just come along with me. Listen. You have different bodies in different lokas simultaneously and spontaneously. In the lower worlds, you go through lower conscious states. In the planet Earth, the plane you are in now, you go through Jakra, Swapna, Sushupti, these three. If you start entering into Turiya and Turyatita, you start going up to higher lokas, those bodies get awakened. Listen. Sushupti, 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 Swapna, Sushupti, Jakrat are lower states. Sushupti, Turiya, Sushupti, Turyatita are higher states. Same way here. Swapna, 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 Sushupti, Swapna, 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 Jakrat are lower states. Swapna, Turiya, Swapna, Turyatita is higher state. Same way. Jakrat, Sushupti, Jakrat, Swapna are lower states. Jakrat is this state, this world. Jakrat Turiya and Jakrat Turyatita is higher states. Next, Turiya Swapna is higher state. Turiya Sushupti is higher state. Turiya, all five are higher. Turyatita, all five are higher. All of you are clear? What is lower states and what is higher states? In the higher lokas, you experience higher states. Lower lokas, you experience lower states. All of you be very clear. The more I push you into the higher states, the more your higher level bodies are awakened. More you start manifesting those lokas and powers and energies, that superconscious DNA in this body. Understand and digest each truth I am revealing. In the Swargaloka, you go through 4 states. Sushupti Turiya, Swapna Turiya, Jakrat Turiya, Turiya Turiya. These 4 you go through in Swargaloka. Then the higher states, Turiya Sushupti, Turiya Swapna, Turiya Jakrat, and Turiya Turiya you go through in Maharloka. Listen. The whole focus is to raise you to Turyatita by bringing the Kailasa DNA into you. Kailasa's superconscious DNA into you. All of you, please digest every statement I am making. I want you guys to think through every statement I am making. That is why I am giving a lot of time. Is there a relationship between these states and 25 phases of Paramashiva? Actually, all 25 phases of Paramashiva is beyond all these states and it is in Turyatita. Higher states are not only 16, they are more intense than the lower states. You get 1,000 times more intense. I should say million times more powerful with higher states. What is the effect of coffee on the consciousness? No, it just destroys your body. It is like a steroid kick. Coffee does not raise you towards any higher state. It kind of tightens your nerves, gives you a kind of a painful waking state. It keeps you awake, but painfully. Yes, you can see now. The higher states and lower states of consciousness
and the 14 worlds. 14 lokas are stopping with Brahmaloka. After that, the 4 is beyond Brahmaloka. Vaikunta, Shripuram, Kailasa, Mahakailasa is beyond the 14 lokas. There is only Turyadita in those 4 spaces. Vaikunta, Shripuram and Kailasa, Mahakailasa. When we are in higher states, the lower identities get destroyed. I should say that they just dissolve. They become irrelevant. Can you talk more about the 4 Brahma Loka? 4 lokas above Brahma Loka. Like Vaikunta is abode of Vishnu. What about Shripuram? See, Vaikunta is abode of Vishnu, Parandama. Shripuram is Parameshwari, Paramashiva Shakti. Kailasa is Paramashiva. Mahakailasa is Paramashiva in his pure formless space. Beyond the form and formless space. That is Mahakailasa. In Kailasa, he lives as Paramashiva with form. Mahakailasa is a pure formless space. Intense life, alive. Even if you meditate on it, you will feel ecstatic. There is Goloka. Goloka is part of Vaikunta. Is there a Bhuvar Loka above Bhuloka? No. Bhu and Bhuvar are one and the same. Bhur, Bhuva. Suva is the higher Loka. Bhur and Bhuva is one and the same. Unmanifest of Bhur is Bhuva. That's all. Shambhala belongs to Tapoloka. Agama gives elaborate description on who resides in what loka, how each loka looks. Maybe I can give you those descriptions also. Where is Yamaloka? Yamaloka is in Swargaloka. Part of Swargaloka is Yamaloka. Indradi Dasadik Balaka means Indra, Agni, and Yama, Nairuti, Varuna, Vayu, Gubera, Ishana, all 8, and Batala, Bali, Akasha, Vishnu, all the 10 Dik Balakas. They are called Dasadik Balakas. Indradi, Dasadik Balakas have their worlds in Swargaloka. The Vishnu's higher form, Parandama, is in Vaikunta. If I raise to Brahmaloka, is it possible to fall back again to Bhuloka or Batalaloka? Don't worry. Even if you raise up to Swargaloka, very rarely people fall back. Otherwise, usually 99.999% of the people only go higher and higher and higher. Exemption, rare stories only this falling back. Like sometime rarely you hear some fellow raped his own mother. It's like a rare exemption. Like that, some rare people fall down from Swargaloka to Bhuloka. Otherwise, 99%, 99.99% they just go only higher and higher and higher. Gayatri mantra raises you up to Swargaloka. Yes, Kailasa correspond to Purusha Prakriti. All Purusha Prakriti, everything you know ends in Brahmaloka. Above Brahmaloka, nothing you even imagine about it. Nothing you can even imagine. You can only experience. Till Brahmaloka only, or your imagination projections can even measure. With all my initiation, you reach Mahakailasa. You don't settle in Swargaloka. You go to Swarg and then move and reach to Mahakailasa. You never come down to lower lokas. Are other solar systems in Milky Way galaxy, as known by Western science, part of Bhuloka? No, they are all part of Bhuloka. Everything Western science knows and Western science imagines Everything is part of Buloka.
Nityananda, to all participants once again. That was a very beautiful session Swamiji spoke on how the mapping of the 25 states of consciousness with the vertical time zones. Today, all of you beautifully learned how the vertical time zones are there, how we have an identity each of the vertical time zones, and when we are accessing a particular state of consciousness, when you're accessing a particular state, you actually reach a particular dimension. So let's now look into the details what Swamiji is given on how the 25 states of consciousness takes us to the 14 lokas, takes us to the 11 dimensions. So let us now understand how the parallel universes, the vertical time zone, is interconnected to the 25 states of consciousness. As Swamiji says very beautifully, the first 5 states, the primordial states, which is Sushupti, Swapna, deep sleep, waking, Jagrat, which is waking state, Turiya, which is awareness state, and Turiyatita, which is the oneness space. That oneness state. Now, the permutation combination of these 5 put together makes the 25 states of consciousness. Now, when you are in a particular dimension, when you are in particular state of consciousness, you actually reach a particular loka. So understand, Swamiji says that just by knowing these secrets in your life, you just know how to manifest life, how to live life like Paramashiva. So let us now understand. Now we understood that in now the 25 states of consciousness. The 5th state is the Turiyatita. So the permutation combination of these 5 states put together makes the 25 states of consciousness. So now let us understand how these 25 states of consciousness, by being in a particular state, how it actually led you to access the vertical time zones. So now all of us know the 25 states of consciousness. Now the 14 vertical time zones are Bhu, Bhuvar, Suvar, Mahar, Jana, Tapa, Brahmaloka or Satyaloka, Vaikunta, Shripuram, Kailasa and Mahakailasa. Now in the lower lokas, which is Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, Patala. So all these 14 lokas we do have an existence, and these 25 states of consciousness we experience it in a day. So now by being in one state of consciousness, Swamiji says that by entering into the lower states of consciousness, you actually access the lower lokas. Now, understand, Swamiji says that in higher lokas, Higher lokas are experienced with the higher states of consciousness, such as the Turiya, Sushupti Turiya, Swapna Turiya, Jagrat Turiya, Turiya, and Turyatita. Or Turyatita Sushupti, Turyatita Swapna, Turyatita Jagrat, Turyatita Turiya, Turyatita. So understand? Now all of us understood the highest state starts from the Turiya. From Turiya Swapna and all the way to Turyatita. Now in these 10 states only, in these 10 states of consciousness, we experience the higher lokas. We experience the higher dimensions of the universe. Now, in the lower lokas, which is from Sushupti all the way to Jagrat Swapna, all these put together, understand? Jagrat, waking state, which all of us are in the Bhuloka. So, we are now counting Jagrat, the state before Jagrat and Swapna, until to Sushupti. These lower states helps you to access the lower dimensions of the cosmos. So, in lower lokas, you experience the lower states of consciousness. In higher lokas, you experience the higher states of consciousness. For example, if you fall asleep now, your dream body will manifest. You will be dreaming. Your dream body is inside you, active simultaneously and spontaneously. So the dream state body is with you. Same way, in all the 14 lokas, you have 14 different bodies which goes through this different consciousness state. Understand? In dreams, you know the dream body is acting upon you. Same way, the identities of each of the 14 lokas, all of us understood that we do have a different bodies in each of these lokas. These lokas goes through different consciousness states. How? Let's understand. For example, which loka are you stationed in? If you are bored, you are in which state? Swamiji says, when you are bored, you are in Bhul. I request all participants to post. If you are bored, are you sure you may be in Bhuloka or you may be in Jagrat state, or which state will I be in? Understand, Swamiji says that when you are experiencing boredom, what exactly is boredom? Swamiji says that when you are, it is Jagrat Sushupti. Understand? The body is fresh. In boredom, what they experience? Body is alive. But mind is in dream state. Mind is switched off completely, but the body is alive. That is boredom, which is Jagrat Sushupti. So Jagrat Sushupti takes us to which loka? The lower loka. So when you are experiencing boredom, all the participants understand you are accessing the lower lokas. Now, if you are tired, which state of consciousness are you in? The body is in which state and the mind is in which state? Because all participants post, what is your answer? See, boredom we understood. Okay. In boredom, body is alive, mind is sleeping. In tiredness, what it is? Body is asleep, but mind is awake. It is Sushupti Jagrat. Body is sleeping, body is tired, completely sleeping. But the mind is in waking state. Mind is fresh and alive. That is tiredness. So understand, when they are experiencing tiredness, it is part of the lower states of consciousness. So you experience the lower lokas. Swamiji says very beautifully, Paramashiva resides in the Turyatita. He resides in Mahakailasa. When you are experiencing Mahakailasa, Swamiji says that you are in Turyatita state, as Swamiji is in this state 24/7. As Swamiji is always in Mahakailasa, therefore he is there in the Turyatita state. If all participants, if you want to go through the lokas, if you want to experience the Mahakailasa loka, you just need to be in the Turyatita state. So now all of us understood that the 14 lokas, the 14 dimensions. See, Bhuvar Loka is part of the Bhuloka. Suvar Loka is the abode of gods and goddesses. In Swarloka, in Swargaloka, there is no tiredness, there's no boredom, there's no sleep, as you are going beyond pleasures. In Maharloka, it is the highest possibility for you. Understand? Maharloka, Swamiji says, is the peak possibility, it's a peak identity which you can carry in your life. Maharloka is the space of the great Rishis, such as Marichi, and such great sages are residing in Maharloka. Understand? Maharloka is also a place where you can store huge amount of memory, as the Akashic records is present there. Next, in Janaloka. Janaloka is the abode, Swamiji says, Janaloka is the abode of Janna Maharshi and other great ascetic beings. For you to take, understand, Swamiji says, for you to experience Janaloka, you need to be absolute space of non-violence. As in Janaloka, you experience you in multiple bodies. You experience oneness in multiple bodies at a time. In Tapoloka is the abode of the Tapoloka is the place of the Sanakadaka Rishis, the four sons of Brahma, Sananda, Sanat Kumara, all the four Mansaputras of Lord Brahma, and great ascetics, great sages lives there. Understand, in Tapoloka it's the smell of Tyaga. Swamiji says the last struggle you go through before you experience surrender, before you experience enlightenment. You experience intense Tyaga. Understand, Tapoloka is a place of Tyaga, where the last struggle you go through before surrender. Next is the Satyaloka. Understand how these are the lokas. Now Satyaloka. From after Satyaloka, there comes the higher lokas, such as the Vaikunta, Mahakailasa, Sri Kailasa and Sripura. Now let's come to Satyaloka. Satyaloka is the abode of Brahma, Lord Brahma. It is also called Brahmaloka, where is the abode of Parabrahma, Lord Brahma, with the divine consent, Devi Saraswati. It is from this place Paramashiva does the creation. For this, Swamiji says, it is pure surrender. Deep surrender is needed for you to experience Satyaloka, as surrender is the smell. When you're experiencing intense surrender, you're actually in Satyaloka. Now above Satyaloka, the higher vertical time zone starts the Vaikunta. Vaikunta, all of us know, is the abode of Parandama Mahavishnu, residing with Brahma, residing with Devi Lakshmi. Swamiji says, in Vaikunta, it's pure love. Love is the atmosphere. Love, compassion, joy, peace, calm. That is Vaikunta. Pure love. Above Vaikunta is Sripura, which is the abode of Devi, Paramashiva Shakti, where you experience pure space of motherliness. When you just declare that motherliness in you, when you declare that understand energy which keeps whatever you experience in that form, that is Shripuram. When you understand this, you're immediately raised to Shripuram. For now, in Kailasa is all about what? Kailasa is, Swamiji says, the abode of the citizens of Paramashiva, with Devi, with Ganesha, Subramanya, and the Ganas. In this loka, Swamiji says pure integrity. Just integrity. If you have integrity towards Paramashiva, you can reach Kailasa. Now, Maha Kailasa is the abode of Paramashiva, as he is the first person. Just declaring oneness, declaring and experiencing the first person in you takes you to Maha Kailasa. So now, Swamiji says that for you to experience, for you to experience Svargaloka, you experience the Svargaloka in Swapna Turiya, Sushupti Turiya, Swapta Turiya, Jagrat Turiya, and Turiya Turiya. Now, for you to experience Maharloka, you need to be in Turiya Sushupti, Turiya Swapna, Turiya Jagrat, Turiya Turiya. So all participants understanding? For Maharloka, it is Turiya Swapna, Turiya Sushupti, Turiya Jagrat, Turiya Turiya. For Svargaloka, it is Sushupti Turiya, Swapna Turiya, Jagrat Turiya, and Turiya Turiya. Swamiji says, Maharloka is much higher than Svargaloka because higher level beings go there as they don't have SDHD. They experience the peak of their possibility. Now for you to go to Tapoloka, the only thing you need to have is Turiya and Turyatita. In Turyatita state, you experience Tapoloka as Turyatita is the last surrender, last struggle you go through before surrender, as is a pure space of Tyaga. Now, all the participants, Swamiji says, when you intensify your seeking and make the cosmos attend to you. Swamiji says, never allow the worship of ignorance. Be a strong seeker. Seeking is nothing but your ability to throw tantrum and get the attention of the cosmic mother. Know how to throw tantrum and make the cosmic mother open the treasury. Good on for you. Your tantrum cannot be neglected. Understand? Seeking is the biggest, understand? When you're not having seeking is the biggest curse you can have in your life. If you have lost the spiritual seeking, nothing is lost. Just sit under a tree with deep depth. Decision of seeking, just be a yogi. Understand? When you have the intense seeking, Kailas and Vaikuntha will have a tsunami. They will come down and attend you because after all, they are nothing but a parallel universe for you. So request all participants now to understand that just intensify your seeking. I request all participants spend few minutes. Seek the truth within yourself. Any cognitions which you got from this session, seek the truth. As when you seek, Kailasa and Vaikuntha will be flooded. Just sit now with restful awareness and seek the first person in you for a few minutes. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Because all participants suppose how was the experience for all of you. See, just seek intensely. Understand, when you seek anything you want in your life, cosmos directly attends to you. As you are an extension of the cosmos, you are part of the cosmos. With that beautiful session all of us had, let's now enter into the power manifestation. So for all the participants, we are going to be manifesting the power of length dimension. So request all participants now to please close your eyes. Remember Swamiji in your inner space. Intensely connect the Swamiji, the form of Swamiji, where you connect the most. Connect that form. Slowly, intensely, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Let your whole body reverberate with the frequency of the Mahavakya. Now, for all the participants, a picture of a waterfall is projected for all of you. I request all of you to ask Swamiji, talk to Swamiji. Ask him to reveal you where is the location of this waterfall and how tall is it. Understand, your logic is connected to the length dimensions of the cosmos. You are the cosmos, you are one with the cosmos. In that experience, chant the Mahavakya intensely and ask Swamiji to reveal you the details of this waterfall. I request all participants now to open your eyes and post whatever Swamiji is showing for all of you. Whatever information Swamiji is revealed, I request all participants to go ahead and start posting. Now, let's now verify the answers for all the participants. The waterfall which is being projected for all of you is the Bolomombi waterfall, and it is 1,200 feet. So with that, let's now enter into the next session, as we are going to be preparing ourselves to receive the darshan of Swamiji.
Just listen to this powerful cognition. Paramashiva exists with the individual, independent identity with unimaginable formlessness and the pure beauty. He manifests as Mahasadashiva and Sadashiva and Tatpurusha, Ishana, Agora, Satyojata, Vamadeva Murtis. In that forms also he manifests. Pray to each one of them. Connect with each one of them. And I commit with you. They have blessed. I tell you the truth. They have blessed me. And they have authorized me to share the knowledge about them and introduce them to all of you and initiate all of you into the connection with them. So now I'm directly connecting all of you with them one by one. First, I'll start with Satyojata-murti. Meditate on them. Don't close your eyes. Keep your eyes open. See how they look. This is the Archavatara Murti of Satyojata Murti. I'll chant the mantra. I'll connect you one by one with all the seven forms. Satyojatam Vamadevam Tatpurusham Ishanam Agoram Sadashivam Mahasadashivam. Of course, Paramashiva. I'll connect you with all the Murtis one by one. Connect you ultimately with Paramashiva. I really want you to have intense connection and experience initiation. Now, you can see Satyojata Murti. It intensely on Satyojata Murti. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhavenati bhave bhavsvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhavenati bhave bhavsvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyatam prabhami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhavenati bhave amam bhavaya namaha. Madevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya namo Drakalaya nama Pranaya namo Balaya namo Balanaya nama Sarvabhutaya namo Mamanaya nama Vamadevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya nama Rudraya nama Kanaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balapramaya namo Sarvabhutadamanaya namo Manaya nama. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Vamadevaya namo Shtaya namasaya nama Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Balavigaranaya namo Balavigaramo Balapramatanaya nama Sarvabhutadamanaya namo Manonmanaya na. Ago Purebhyo Gora Gora Darya Sarvebhyo Namastu Rudrarubhya Agorebhyo Tagorebhyo Gora Gebhyaha Agorebhyo Agorbhyaha Sarvebhyo Rudraruha. Om 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 अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरेभ्यः सर्वे रुद्ररूपेभ्यः अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वेभ्यो रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय देवाहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रयात्।
பூஜை வெண்ணாளும் வேதம் சொன்ன சொல்லாகும் உரையிலேயினாய் கையிலை தலைவன் தனக்கென தானே ஆலயம் நையே பணிந்தான் சிவபெருமானே தந்தாலும் பொந்தாலும் மறப்பது சரியாகும். நடுவும் அது நலம் வாழவை ரூபம் இம்மைத்தும் அது தென் மதுரை நின்ற குல சிவமயமேயிலே மன
ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरभूतानाम् पतिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवोम्। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु स एव सदा शिव ॐ सदा शिव ॐ सदा शिव ॐ। Now connect with Sadashiva. Satyo jatam prabhatyami satyo jataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavodbhavaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo jyeshtaya nama श्रेष्ठाय नमो कालाय नमः कलविगरणाय नमो बलविगरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय मनोन्मनाय नमः। वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः। अघोरेभ्योऽतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। अघोरेभ्योऽतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर् ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। ओम 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 Connect with Paramashiva, Mahashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। शृणुत ब्राह्मणाः सर्वे गुह्याद्गुह्यतरं परम् अस्ति मेरोरुदग्बाघे महाकैलासपर्वतः साम्बस्य सगुणस्यायम् सबक्तस्येन्दुमौलिनः संवासे योजनानां च 20,000,000,000 दौहद्यमेतद्विगुणम् असय ज्ञेयम् द्विजोत्तमः नवरत्नमयम् तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमम् तत्रालयम् महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रितम् प्रकारकोपुराट्टाल वलभीभिर्विराजितम् तदा सिंहासने तत्र महान् शम्भुः सदा शिवः प्रफुल्लः कमलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखज्ज्वलः धृतनानायुयोद्भासी 50करमण्डितः प्रफुल्लरक्ताम्बुजाट्ट श्रीनाभ्याम् श्रीयुगपाज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नकसितः भूषणैरभिभूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राक्तकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गंगाश्रयजटाचूट चन्द्ररेखा विभूषितः भस्मोद्धूलित सर्वांग व्यालयज्ञोपवीतवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याक्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रम् त्रिनयनः भक्तसर्वार्थसिद्धितः प्रसार्य दक्षिणम् पादम् कुञ्जयित्वेदरम् पदम् अभयम् चक्रचूले च डङ्गबाणौकताम् भजे कट्कतोमरशक्तिश्च सुप्रासपञ्चपान् हलाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च सुरिकाम् ध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुण्डासितम् श्राश्च ग्रहञ्च पिण्डिपालकम् 25 तथा नो दक्षिणैश्चुभैः वरसावौ मृगम् शङ्खम् केडपाशव परश्वतान् मुत्करम् डमरुम् गण्डाम् रुद्रवीणाम् च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्ग कुशुण्डीपरिधानभिः बालम् भट्टसंवेत्रम् कमण्डलूहुदासनौ कर्तरीम् मुसलम् पिच्छम् पिप्रत्वामैस्तथा करैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयम् राजते तत्र पर्वते ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம் பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம்.
राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्यामे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वैष्णवाय महाराजाय नमः
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நிந்தடி மலனடி போற்றி மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையினம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை மழையை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலவத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நிற்கிறேன் வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கையினில் சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையாக்கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன் மாட சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே மண்ணும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியனில் இறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா அறவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட சேர நீ கோட்டி சகித சுந்தரேசனே அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியை தொழுதோமே வேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினாய் ஒளியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படி தரும் கர்ம விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எம்மையாளும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே எங்கும் மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே ஈசனே, சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே, நீ வருவாய் உன்னையே கதிகன
Nityananda. To all participants, once again. As all of us are now gathered to receive the darshan of Swamiji, we have come to the most waited hour of the day. Because all participants, those of you who have joined in through the Zoom rooms, welcome all of you for the Glimpses of Paramashivoham program, and all the viewers who have joined us live via YouTube. Welcome you too for the Glimpses of Paramashivoham program. As let us all now get ready to receive the most ultimate form of Paramashiva as Swamiji. Because all of you now just settle down. Those are the participants who have not kept their cameras on, because all of you to please come on cameras, as Swamiji is going to be coming and he's going to be seeing each and every one of you. So it's important for his Naina Diksha, his eyesight to fall on you, as when Swamiji sees you. Lots of healing, thousands of karmas which have accumulated for janmas of the janmas just get cured, just get burned just by one sight of Swamiji. Because all participants, just because all of now, let's get ready to prepare ourselves to receive that form of Swamiji in us. Now, because all of you to please close your eyes. Sit straight, close your eyes. Bring awareness in your inner space. Bring, just overflow with that space of gratitude in you. all incompletions, agitations, irritations, any patterns, anything coming up in your inner space right now. Drop everything at Swamiji's feet. Just let his energy flow through you. Like how when a tsunami hits, all the obstacles, all the obstructions in its way, it just get washed. Same way, allow Swamiji's energy to flow through. Allow him to flow through as all the incompletions, patterns just get wiped out as you intensely chant the Mahavakya in you. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.